ticket or two. From Walla Walla, Washington to Kalamazoo, it's a beautiful day for a home run. But even a triple's okay. We're gonna cheer and boo and raise a hullabaloo at the ball game today.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Northern Title, the trusted name in the tri-state area. Rocky Mountain Power, WattSmartHomes.com, offering rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. Ready Support Services, we are ready. West Motor Company, your only stop for new or used cars in Preston and in Logan. Franklin County Medical Center for the finest care in all of the Cache Valley. Stokes Market True Value with the finest meat and produce in Preston. S&T Electric, it's what we do. Flying S Escrow and Title, land title protectors since 1905. Ultimate Power Sports, get ready for your next outdoor adventure at Ultimate Power Sports in Preston. Elisa Benson of North Realty, Idaho and North Realty, Utah. Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding communities since 1925. Cache Valley Bank, serving Utah and southern Idaho with 21 locations. Yardmaster, keeping lawns healthy throughout the Cache Valley. Puppy Steps Training, northern Utah and southern Idaho's premier board and training facility since 2011. Farm Bureau Insurance, the Smith Agency, your local agents right here in Preston. Canyon Creek Dental, with 2 area locations to serve you. Preston Auto Parts CarQuest, stop in downtown Preston where you will be treated like a friend. Papa J's, making world-class jerky locally right here in Clifton. Ralph's Construction, building custom homes throughout the region. This broadcast is made possible through an agreement between Preston Broadcasting, LLC and Preston High School, and is a production of Preston Broadcasting, LLC. This game is intended for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or reproduction of this broadcast without express written permission of Old West Media is strictly prohibited. This is the Polar Bear pregame show. Coming up, we'll have details on the upcoming game. We'll visit with the coach, and we'll look at the other games going on around the area. It's all on the Polar Bear pregame show. The Polar Bear is back and better than ever. Grab some for lunch today or stop by after the game. Polar Bear Burgers and Shakes on State Street at the south end of the city of Preston. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back to Tony Hanson Field as the Preston Indians finally get to play their first home games of the year, coming up here in just a little bit as they'll play host in a doubleheader to the Bear Lake Bears. Dan Hubbard with you here at the ballpark. John Beverly back in the studio as our studio engineer today, as we'll have quite a busy day of baseball and softball for you both, as we'll have both games of this doubleheader between the Indians and the Bears coming up for you. Then a little bit later this afternoon, we'll also have a pair of games for Westside softball coming up for you later on. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit as well. But Preston's 0-2, losses on the road at Kimberly and Snake River. They've been off most of the this past week, except for a few practices because of spring break, and they get back on the field in earnest today and get the chance to play their first home games of the year after having their first 4 games of the year here at home, all snowed out earlier this year. So for the Indians, they get ready to take the field and to take on the Bear Lake Bears. Bear Lake is 1-2 on the year, as they normally start their seasons very slow because they have a hard time just getting on the field and having practices up in Bear Lake. But they picked up a win and a pair of losses so far this year, so they'll come in at 1-2 on the year. But the Indians hungry, looking for their first win of the season. As we'll take a timeout, we'll come back. We'll have a little bit more for you here on the pregame show. Plus, we'll talk with Coach Thompson. We'll also visit with our outstanding students for today and look at other games going on around the area. We'll do all that as the Polar Bear pregame show continues. Remember, Polar Bear Eats has been rocking the Preston area since 1952, serving up more tthan just burgers and shakes, as they've become truly a cornerstone of the Preston history. Step back in time at Polar Bear Eats. They're on the highway at the south end of the city of Preston. Take a time out. Back with more after this on the Polar Bear pregame show on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
One of the things that makes Northern Title unique is the fact that we serve clients in 3 states, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. Each state has different rules and regulations, and our experienced staff understands each unique rule, so we can facilitate closings in all 3 states. If you're buying a home in Star Valley and you want to close in Preston, it's no problem. The company logo is Good Deeds Done Daily. We are preparing Good Deeds Daily, but it's more than that. We really are trying to serve the community in a good way. Northern Title, Good Deeds Done Daily. Visit us today.
Go Preston!
WattSmart is Rocky Mountain Power's energy efficiency program. WattSmart provides rebates to residential customers for energy efficiency upgrades made around the home. Devices and appliances that use electricity in your home can usually be made more efficient, and that can save you money and energy. When you decide to make upgrades, we have rebates available for you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
Hello world, where you been? I've been waiting for you and your friends. One love begins. Tip top, we're starting at 10. If you believe that we can make some magic up and say yeah. If you believe that we can make some magic up and say yeah. Yeah, we on it.
Hi, I'm Brad Phillips, professional trainer and owner of Puppy Steps Training. I believe that life is more enjoyable with a well-trained dog. That's why my team and I have come together to give you the ultimate dog training experience through Puppy Steps Training. Our 8-week board and train program is specifically designed to give your puppy a head start on life. Along with access to our extensive training material, you will receive daily progress reports, weekly photo and video updates, and a hands-on training demonstration. Discover the ultimate dog training experience with Puppy Steps Training, the premier dog training facility in northern Utah, and proud supporter of Westside and Preston High School athletics.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
And welcome back here to the Polar Bear pregame show. As you get ready for the game here today, we can tell you about the starting pitchers. As the starting pitcher here in the first game of the doubleheader today for Bear Lake is Payson Weston, as he'll get the start today. As Cade Oxborough will start today for the Indians, as Cade will make his second start of the year. He pitched well in the game in Kimberly, but he did not figure in the final outcome in the game that lasted 8 innings when the Indians ended up losing with giving up a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. All right, we'll take another time out. We'll come back. We'll talk to Coach Thompson. We'll do that as we continue right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
When you think of outdoor adventure, you might think of snow machines, four-wheelers, side-by-sides, motorcycles, or even cutting wood or taking care of the lawn. No matter what your definition of outdoor adventure is, always remember Ultimate Power Sports. We carry brand names like Polaris, Can-Am, Yamaha, Skidoo, Stihl, and Toro. Offering sales and service, your fun really does begin at Ultimate Power Sports. With multiple in-store financing options, we can help you have outdoor adventures right now. Stop in today, Ultimate Power Sports in Logan and Preston.
In a world that's full of unknowns, you don't have to worry about whether or not your insurance has got you covered when life throws you a curveball. If your coverage is with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston, offering policies from auto to home, farm and ranch to crop insurance, and business to life insurance. The Smith Insurance Agency does it all. No matter what challenges life brings, you're not alone. Make sure you've got the right coverage in the right areas of your life. Schedule a free insurance review today with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston.
When you are looking for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, but you want something that is ready to eat now, always stop at the Stokes Market Deli in Preston. With cold and hot cases, you can always find food that is fresh, hot, or cold. Sandwiches, soup, salads, deviled eggs, donuts, wraps, cheese trays, desserts, and a hot and delicious buffet. A meal out doesn't have to be at a restaurant. Come and enjoy something for everyone at the Stokes Market Deli today. 217 South State Street in Preston.
The pregame coaches show is brought to you by Elisa Benson, North Realty Idaho, and North Realty Utah. And welcome back to the Polar Bear pregame show as we get ready for the home opener here today. Doubleheader against the Bear Lake Bears coming up in just a little bit. But right now we'll talk to Sean Thompson, the head coach for the Preston baseball team, as he finally gets ready to play a home game here today. First 4 games snowed out, but right now it's cold enough to snow, it feels like.
It is cold, but we got grass and we're good to go. So I'm happy to be home this week. Finally step on our field.
It is kind of an interesting change to be able to come here and play here after having those 4 games canceled. You got a Bear Lake team who usually doesn't get to play much more than we have so far, but they come to town and you get to take on them. They are 1-2 so far here on the year. Yeah,
Bear Lake always has a good team, so obviously just like every game, we got to be mentally prepared and step up and be ready to play today because Bear Lake's here to win, and they don't get a lot of time on grass. So when they do have time, they want to take advantage of that grass. So
interesting situation for the Indians as you're coming off spring break. How much did you actually get to practice during those days? Because I know you got mandatory days off.
Yeah, so we actually practiced probably 3 days where I just did like an open field type thing, and we had most of the team show up. So we did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whoever wanted to. Then Friday was mandatory. So not a ton of time, but we did get time on the field.
Okay, 0-2 coming into the game here today. A tough loss at Kimberly, 8 innings, and then a game at Snake River that really did not go your way.
No, it didn't at all. I mean, Snake River, they showed up, they put a ball in play, they did what they had to do a job, and they did it. We had a few errors. Pitching, we hit a few batters pitching, so we struggled at Snake River. Hopefully we can turn it around today and play some decent baseball.
You know, it's this early in the year and you get this many snowouts and rainouts and not being on the field as much as you'd like to be. This is kind of tough to be able to kind of get kids excited to play, motivated to play when they step out across the line.
Yeah, it is. We've been talking to them the last few weeks. Just obviously this is what we're here for. Every spring we love to see grass. We want to get on the field. The team on the other side, obviously Bear Lake doesn't get a lot of grass time either. So we keep talking to them about motivation, and this is what we're here for. We're here to play baseball in the spring, and let's be excited and play.
Kind of a hazy day. It's going to be kind of tough to see the ball.
It will be. Hopefully it clears up a little bit and the sun starts shining. I could use some sunshine right now.
A little warmth. You drag the heaters out here in the dugout again?
We might have to. Blankets, heaters, whatever we got.
Well, maybe we can warm it up with a couple of wins here today against Bear Lake. Best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Sean Thompson with us here on the pregame show. We'll take a time out, back with more right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
Make the best deal you can. When it's time to buy or sell commercial or residential real estate, it's important to have Elisa Benson on your team. She is helpful, knowledgeable, honest, friendly, hardworking, and results-oriented. As a graduate of Preston High School, Elisa understands the real estate markets in Idaho and Utah. Call Elisa Benson today, North Realty Idaho and North Realty Utah. Elisa Benson, your proactive, trusted advisor.
When you're hungry for a delicious burger, roast beef sandwich, and an ice-cold soda, stop at Papa J's Deli in Clifton, Idaho. You'll get an amazing meal at an affordable price, and you'll enjoy great conversation. Papa J's is famous for the best beef jerky, but you'll also find a delicious menu, a friendly staff, great snacks, and good friends at Papa J's Deli. Stop in today to satisfy your hunger. Papa J's, 10 South Main Highway, Clifton, Idaho.
For 78 years, West Motor Company has stood by your family. While the generations have come and gone, our commitment to quality and service has never wavered. Our team is here to ensure you find the vehicle that keeps your loved ones safe on every journey. When trust matters most, choose West Motor Company, now proud to be part of the Mountain West Auto Group.
If you're looking for someplace new as you head into your golden years, look into the tradition of quality designer homes built by Ralph's Construction in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. Working in Phase 3 now, with Phase 4 starting soon, these homes can be built to a floor plan that you desire, or Ralph's Construction has other options that you're sure to fall in love with. Call today for more information, 435-232-1837. Now is the time to plan for the finest home of your lifetime. Ralph's Construction, 435-232-1837.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
And welcome back to another edition of Preston's Outstanding Students as we sit down with two more of the great students here at Preston High School. As we sit down with Lily Barton and Crew Keller here today, as of course Preston's Outstanding Students brought to you by Canyon Creek Dental. First of all, Lily, thanks for taking a couple minutes and coming down and joining us here today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And Crew, you as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's Lily, let's start with you. You're a senior. You've been around here for a while. Let's talk about how things have gone over your 3.5 years here at Preston High School.
Things have been great. It's been a lot of fun. I've done theater and I've made friends, and I like this school.
Very good. Crew, what about you? What is you're a junior, so you have a couple of years under your belt now. Anyway, what's your time at Preston been like so far?
It's been good. I do wrestling, so that's my main sport. That's the only sport I do, and that's went well. I got second at state actually, so yeah, pretty cool.
Very good. Congratulations. That's always a big honor to be able to do that.
Thank you.
How is you're concentrating on theater, at least during your off time. What kind of other classes are you taking? How are your grades coming along here through 3.5 years?
I think they've been pretty good. I've really enjoyed taking English classes and writing classes. I like focusing on those. And other random classes have also been fun to take.
Yeah. So you have a big background in theater. What have you done and what have you performed in here at Preston that you've really liked?
I think my favorite production I did here was Addams Family. Last year I was Morticia. That was a lot of fun. And I recently did Seussical as Gertrude McFuzz, and that was a fun one.
Wow. I've of course, being much older than you, I'm a little bit more familiar with Addams Family when it was on TV, but still a very fun play to be able to be involved in. Crew, how about let's talk about you. How have your classes gone here at Preston?
Good. Junior year definitely has been my hardest year in high school, but everyone knows that. But I've enjoyed it and I've learned a lot.
What's made it so difficult?
Just lots of work to do, and there's a lot of stuff that you have to do the senior project and everything, get ready for it, and then you have the ISATs and the SAT that you also need to take.
How long have you been wrestling?
Ever since I was 5 years old. So.
Really? Yeah. What kind of wrestling can you get into when you're 5?
They do the little pee-wee wrestling that I actually help with as well.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Lily, let's come back to you now here for a minute. As you look down the road, as you get ready, graduation is going to be here before you know it. What lies in your future? What do you want to do when you grow up, so to speak, here and leave Preston High School?
I would love to go to BYUI. I'd also love to go on a mission, but then eventually I'd like to do something with theater, like theater studies or help direct shows. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Theater studies, is that kind of what your major toward, what you're leaning toward?
Yes, theater studies. Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Would you rather be on stage in front of people, or you want to be behind stage kind of producing and doing those type of activities?
That's really hard. I love being on stage, but I also love the backstage stuff. I love what makes a production a production. I think it's really interesting. So.
Very good. Crew, you wrapped up with your wrestling season, and as the school year starts to wind down now, look a year and a half out in the future. What does the future hold for you?
Hopefully, I can take state next year as a senior. That's the goal and the plan, but we'll see if that happens.
What weight class did you wrestle at?
106. So pretty light, yeah.
I was going to say, you're a little guy, so it's to be able to go out and wrestle like that.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah.
You looking to possibly land a scholarship and head off to school someplace and wrestle there?
Not really. I haven't really thought about that. But maybe I could if I really wanted to. But I think I'm planning on being done after high school, just because wrestling's a pretty tough sport to do.
You mentioned you took second at state. What's when you look down the road? We asked Lily this question. Look down the road. What lies in your future? Do you have any idea yet at this point? You still have a year and a half to go here.
I have no clue really. I just will probably do a mission. That's probably my number one thing to do after, and then after that, probably go to college or something and get a job. I have no plans for like a job that I want to do.
Figure something out along the way. Just know you got a year and a half, and plus then 2 years to serve a mission before you end up in college.
Yep.
That's a good plan right there. Can't complain about that. Lily Barton, Crew Keller, I want to thank you for coming down, taking a couple minutes and talking about your future and the way things have gone over your careers here at Preston High School. Lily, thank you very much for coming and visiting with us.
Thanks for having me.
And Crew, you as well.
Thank you.
This has been another edition of Preston's Outstanding Students.
Everyone wants a smile they can be proud of. A healthy smile can make your day brighter. At Canyon Creek Dental, Doctors Justin Carter, Thomas Hull, Heath Bateman, and Corby Dixon see patients of all ages and provide a full line of dental services, including fillings, wellness checks, braces, wisdom teeth, oral surgery, and cosmetic dentistry. Call us today to schedule an appointment in our Preston or Grace office. Canyon Creek Dental. We're here to give you a smile you can be proud of.
Ready has provided safety and excellence in industrial construction and support services since 1982. From insulation and scaffolding to paintings and coatings, our crews are standing by to assist with new construction, maintenance projects, facility shutdowns, and more. Contact us today to ensure your assets are protected and functional. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
When it comes to all things electrical, Sean Carter and the guys at S&T Electrical should always be your go-to crew. With experience in everything from new construction to repairs, service, and new installations, S&T Electrical is professional and friendly in all they do. Your electrical work will be done right. Call S&T Electric today at 208-852-5878.
This is Sean Carter with S&T Electric. It's what we do.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
And welcome back here to the Polar Bear pregame show as the Indians get ready to take on the Bear Lake Bears in a doubleheader here at Tony Hanson Field as they finally get to play their home opener here today, weather permitting, knock on wood. As look at the other games going on around the area, brought to you by Bighorn Cleaning. If you have carpet, upholstery, tile, or grout in your home or office that needs attention, call Bighorn Cleaning at 208-317-6544. They're local right here in Preston, too. They are Bighorn Cleaning. All right, not a lot of games on this Saturday around the area. A couple of doubleheaders being played as Century goes to Thunder Ridge as they'll play 2 games there. Rigby heads up to Madison as they'll also be playing a doubleheader there today as well. Single games for the rest of these games around the area. Soda Springs heads off to Wendell. It'll be American Falls at Marsh Valley. Twin Falls goes to Capital. Mountain Home will take on Caldwell. And Skyview will go to Middleton. That is your look at an abbreviated schedule on this Saturday for games around our area as the Indians get to finally play their home opener today. Look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Bighorn Cleaning. If you have carpet, upholstery, tile, or grout, call Bighorn Cleaning. They can help you out at 208-317-6544. The Polar Bear pregame show continues right after this timeout. You're listening to KACH Radio and on the My Local Radio Sports Network. We'll be right back.
At Bighorn Cleaning, we understand that maintaining a clean environment is essential for both comfort and health. That's why we specialize in a variety of services, including carpet, upholstery, grout, and tile cleaning. Whether it's reviving the vibrancy of your carpets, restoring the freshness of your upholstery, or rejuvenating the shine of your tile, we deliver exceptional results every time. With our competitive pricing and unmatched expertise, we strive to make your cleaning experience hassle-free. Contact us at 208-317-6544 to schedule your next cleaning appointment.
Hi, I am Dr. Chelsea Morrison, the Primary Care Medical Director at Franklin County Medical Center. I'm here to tell you that one of the most important things you should do each year is see your doctor. A yearly checkup is a small way to prevent large health problems from happening. It is also an opportunity to get support for you and your family's health goals. Everyone, young or old, should have an annual wellness check, and chances are your insurance plan will cover it. Call to schedule your annual wellness checkup today.
It has been an unusual winter, but spring will be here before we know it. This is Trish with Yardmaster. It's time to plan for your summer services and take advantage of the prepaid discounts. Have the yard of your dreams with our professional services. Custom lawn fertilization with weed control, aerations, exterior bug sprays, and sprinkler maintenance. Call today, even if it's bad weather. We would love to help you save time and money with your beautiful lawns. Yardmaster Services.
Webb Funeral Home is proud to be the leading provider of funeral services in northern Cache Valley, including southeast Idaho, for almost 100 years. We are a full-service mortuary offering the highest quality services with very affordable pricing. We have plans to meet everyone's budget, from traditional funeral services to graveside services and cremation options. We gladly provide free insurance coverage review, quality headstones and monuments, as well as funeral transcriptions. Let us answer any questions you might have by calling us at 208-852-0533. Webb Funeral Home, a trusted name in funeral service since 1925.
Across the FM airwaves, we're heard at 105.5. On the far-reaching AM dial, we're at 1340. And on the internet at mylocalradio.com. Wherever you find us, we are KACH, Preston, Smithfield, Logan.
And welcome back here to Tony Hanson Field as umpires are here, just getting ready to make their way down to the field. We'll have the exchange of lineup cards and the starting lineups coming up here in just a couple of minutes, plus the first pitch from here at Tony Hanson Field. Some news and notes for you that today is the first of 5 straight home games for the Indians. They got the 2 today, and then coming up on April 1st, that is Tuesday, they'll play Malad. On April 4th, Marsh Valley will be here, and then on April 8th, they'll get another look at Snake River as they'll come here to play as well. We mentioned that the Indians and, not the Indians, but the West Side and Snake River have a doubleheader today, as those 2 games will come up after we're done today. So they'll be up later this afternoon, so make sure you join Jace Andrews for those games coming up a little bit later this afternoon. All right, let's talk about the starting lineups for today's game. Starting lineups brought to you by Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding community since 1925. First starting lineups today for the Bear Lake Bears, 1 and 2 on the year. Peter Newton will lead off. He is in center field. It'll be Jace Transtrom will do the catching today. He'll hit second. Dawson Beard is at short, and he'll hit third. Jack Holm, the third baseman, will hit in the 4 spot. Daxton Perkins will hit in the 5 spot. He is in right field this afternoon. And then Riker is a mouthful. Christopherson is the second baseman. He'll hit 6th. Payson Weston is the pitcher, and he will hit 7th. Wyatt Stuckland will hit 8th. He'll be at first base. And then Ryder Beard is in left field, and he will hit number 9 today for the Bear Lake Bears. For the Preston Indians, Cade Oxborough leads off. He'll be the pitcher today. Jansen Hollingsworth will be in right field. He'll hit second. Connor Thompson hits third, and he will be at shortstop here in the first game. Ezra Benavides will play third base and hit fourth. Seeger Keller hits fifth. He'll be in center. Tristan Wall is the catcher today. He'll hit in the 6th spot. Tate Bassett is the first baseman, and he will hit 7th. Levi Despain is the second baseman. He'll hit 8th. And then Tristan Day is in left, and he will hit number 9 today for the Preston Indians, looking for their first win of the year as they come in at 0-2 on the year. Once again, the starting lineup's brought to you by Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding communities since 1925. So other news and notes, Preston, of course, still looking for their first win. Century is 3-6. They are on the road today. Pocatello lost 2 games to Minico yesterday, so they are now 2-10 overall on the year, while Preston is 0-2. Take another quick timeout. We'll come back with the first pitch coming up right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
One of the things that makes Northern Title unique is the fact that we serve clients in 3 states, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. Each state has different rules and regulations, and our experienced staff understands each unique rule, so we can facilitate closings in all 3 states. If you're buying a home in Star Valley and you want to close in Preston, it's no problem. The company logo is Good Deeds Done Daily. We are preparing Good Deeds Daily, but it's more than that. We really are trying to serve the community in a good way. Northern Title, Good Deeds Done Daily. Visit us today.
Go Preston!
WattSmart is Rocky Mountain Power's energy efficiency program. WattSmart provides rebates to residential customers for energy efficiency upgrades made around the home. Devices and appliances that use electricity in your home can usually be made more efficient, and that can save you money and energy. When you decide to make upgrades, we have rebates available for you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
Hello world, where you been? I've been waiting for you and your friends. One love begins. Tip top, we're starting at 10. If you believe that we can make some magic up and say yeah. If you believe that we can make some magic up and say yeah. Yeah, we on it.
Hi, I'm Brad Phillips, professional trainer and owner of Puppy Steps Training. I believe that life is more enjoyable with a well-trained dog. That's why my team and I have come together to give you the ultimate dog training experience through Puppy Steps Training. Our 8-week board and train program is specifically designed to give your puppy a head start on life. Along with access to our extensive training material, you will receive daily progress reports, weekly photo and video updates, and a hands-on training demonstration. Discover the ultimate dog training experience with Puppy Steps Training, the premier dog training facility in northern Utah, and proud supporter of Westside and Preston High School athletics.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, welcome back. Ready to play baseball as anthem's been played. Lineups have been exchanged, and Kate Oxborough out there on the mound going through his warm-up tosses, getting ready to get started here this afternoon as the Indians hope to come home with a win, maybe 2 today, get on the winning side, pick up their first victory of the year as they get ready for what will be continue to be a great season here this year. It's interesting, you hear stories about the other teams and things as you go along, and we hear that Preston, at least on paper wise, should have a interesting shot at the district title this year, or at least be a lot closer than it has been the last couple of years, at least. Some of the stories that we're told.
13, Newton.
As get ready to get started here, as we get on the way here in the top of the first inning, as Peter Newton steps in. Newton is the center fielder, and he is a little guy. He's climbs in. See if they list his official height on the roster or not. As the first pitch from Oxborough swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. They do not list his height, but I don't think he's much more than barely 5 feet tall. Next pitch hit foul back into the screen, and it's 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes here on Newton to lead off here in the top of inning number 1. The 0-2 pitch from Oxborough is a fastball that's a little up, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left-hander ready again. Cade comes home, and that fastball again hit foul down the left field line, and it stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Newton hitting just 167 on the year. The 1-2. It's going to be hit toward Thompson at short. Has it on 1 hop. Nice play over there at shortstop. Throws across in time for the out.
6-3 put out.
Yeah, it's a 6-3 put out of Newton. And there's 1 out here in the top of the first inning.
Now batting the short catcher, Trenstrom.
So here is Jace Transtrom. He does the catching today. He'll turn around and hit from the right side here against Oxborough. Cade works out of the stretch even though there's nobody on base. And the first pitch hit foul back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Transom has a couple of hits and 6 official at-bats, so he comes to the plate hitting .333. Next pitch from Oxborough, breaking ball in the dirt. Bounces away from the catcher. So it's a ball and a strike. Just getting started here on this Saturday. Glad to have you along with us. The 1-1. Inside, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. Time called. Got a foul ball coming over from the JV field, so I can chase that and get that back over on the other field. So Oxborough, who had his first start of the year, was in the game at Kimberly a couple of, week and a half ago. As the pitch misses inside, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. He pitched well. Got touched up for a couple of runs, but as the offense behind him was able to come back and keep him into the game. As the pitch hit foul off the first base side, it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. He was lifted after going a couple of innings. They brought in Connor Thompson to pitch behind him, and Thompson ended up staying in the game for the rest of the game, ended up taking the loss as, again, the ball hit to foul over on the first base side, and it stays again at 1-2. Thompson, who gave up that run in the bottom of the 8th inning, unearned as it was, there was a couple of errors behind him, but allowed the run to come in nonetheless. Again, the 2-2 pitch, it sprayed foul down the right field line, and this one again is going to find its way out of play, and it's going to stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So I got to get to chase a bunch of baseballs back in here as Transtrom's fouling them away like crazy. Now we got Oxborough a ball. He's back up on top. Sets up the letters, and the next pitch home is inside and low, ball 4. So Transtrom draws a walk with 1 out here in the top of inning number 1.
Transtrom with a walk. Baird, the shortstop.
That'll bring up Dawson Baird. He is the shortstop. As now Oxborough will work with man over at first base, and it comes back fastball over for a strike to Dawson Baird, and it's 0-1. Baird hitting an even 200 so far in the early part of the year. As a pitch hit foul again back into the screen, he falls behind 0-2. It's not unusual to see Bear Lake this early in the year who've not had a whole lot of time on the field. They've played 3 games. Off speed pitches, tap foul at home plate. Stays at 0-2. the fact that they are 1-2 so far on the year. Yeah, we start looking at people like Pocatello. They've played 12 games already. The 0-2. Runner goes. Hit right back to the pitcher. Ox spears it, goes to first in time for the out.
1-3 put out.
As Transton will advance, running on the pitch. So 2 outs. Runner now at second base. And that'll bring up Jack Hulme. Hulme is the third baseman as he comes to the plate. Now with 2 outs. In what is the home opener today for the Preston Indians. As that pitch fastball in the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Hulme is one of the few guys on the team for the Bears through their first 3 games who's hitting well up into the high rent district as the next pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
Hulme is the batter.
Hulme starts play today hitting at .429 on the year. And the next pitch swung on and missed as Oxborough does away with him on 3 pitches. So no runs, no hits, a walk, and 1 man left for the Bears here in the top of the first inning. We'll go to the bottom of the first. No score in the game as the Indians come up for the first time on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In today's world, you need a bank that moves as fast as you move. A bank where personal relationships are still the norm and where your life, your business, and your needs come first. That's what you'll find at Cache Valley Bank. With locations in southern Idaho and throughout Utah, Cache Valley Bank offers you the personalized service of a hometown bank with the resources and capacities of a large bank. Visit Cache Valley Bank today. Let us help you build the financial network you need. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC.
Ready is committed to providing superior services to our customers by requiring individual accountability for excellence in quality, safety, and dependability. We are a growing company that is currently hiring across Wyoming, Colorado, Texas, Nevada, Idaho, and elsewhere. Our valued team members receive competitive wages, full benefits, and weekly pay. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
So we go back to the bottom of the first inning, no score in the game. As the Indians come up for the first time here this afternoon with Payson Weston, the starting pitcher on the mound, the right-hander, as he will face Cade Oxborough, Jansen Hollingsworth, and Connor Thompson here in the top of the first inning. Preston, who through their first 2 games of the year, winless, hitting .260 as a team. And in fact, they have 6 RBIs so far on the year. As
leading off
get ready for Oxborough to come to the plate. As they're in the bottom of the first inning, certainly the Bears taking their time to get out onto the field and getting their warm-up tosses in. And now we're ready to go as they throw the ball through. So here is Cade Oxborough. Cade with a couple of hits and 5 official at-bats. So he's hitting .400 on the year to the start of this game here today as he takes the first pitch up high, ball 1 ball and no strikes. Being the Indians' official home opener today, we have to go in and start digging out all the records as that pitch, a breaking ball, misses outside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Preston has lost 3 straight home opening games going back over the last 3 years as that pitch is rolled foul. They throw a new ball out to Weston. And he rocks and comes home again to Oxborough. That ball, breaking pitch, misses outside again. It's 3 balls and a strike. Preston, over the last 3 years, has lost to Shelley, Burley, and Hillcrest on opening day, as Oxborough lines one into right field for a hit. And Preston off to a good start as they have a hit for their first batter here in the bottom of the first inning, and that brings up Jace Hollingsworth.
Jansen Hollingsworth.
Where Hollingsworth has just one hit and 4 official at-bats in the 2 games, so he checks in hitting .250 on the year. He does have an RBI, however. Keep an eye on Oxborough. He's going. Breaking pitch, misses inside, and Oxborough is going to steal second base.
Oxborough still second.
So knowing that Payson Weston likes to throw the off-speed pitch, not a hard thrower, they're going to be very apt to run at every opportunity, as that pitch is down low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Weston ready again, comes home with the 2-0 pitch. That's line to center. That's going to be in for a hit. Oxborough had to make sure it got through, and then the center fielder lets it bounce behind him, and that's going to let the runner come in. It'll be a single and an error as Oxborough comes home, and it's 1-0 Indians.
Hollingsworth stretches that out to 2.
So Preston quickly jumps in front 1-0 here at home. And here is Connor Thompson. First pitch to Thompson, ball off the glove of the catcher. No advancement by Hollingsworth as he stays at second base. So Preston on top 1-0. Next pitch home to Thompson. Again, misses up high. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. In fact, over the last 9 seasons, even though they're 0-3 in their last 3 home openers, over the last 9 years, Preston actually has a winning record in home opening games. They're 5-4. As that pitch taken again just on the outside edge to Thompson. And the next pitch is on the inside half for a called strike from Weston. 3 balls and a strike here on Thompson. The 3-1 pitch is pulled foul. Run the count full, 3-2. First inning of today's game brought to you by Cache Valley Bank, where your life, your needs, and your business all come first. With locations in southern Idaho and throughout Utah, they're here to serve you. Cache Valley Bank. 3-2 pitch. Look out, almost spins him around. Didn't quite hit him, but turned him around. As Thompson will walk, that'll put runners at first and second. Nope, still nobody out here in the inning.
Number 20, Ezra Benavides.
And that'll bring up Ezra Benavides. Benavides hitting .286 on the year as he climbs in. Benavides, who last year made quite a splash in his freshman year, got a lot of chances to play. As that pitch misses outside, ball 1. Playing at third base this year so far. He spent a lot of time playing at first base a year ago and was really quite good. As he gets invited back, and he's on the varsity right from opening day this year as he takes that pitch, and it's over for a strike, and it's 1-1. They kind of bird dog in behind Hollingsworth at second base. Here's the 1-1 offering. Is that going to bounce away from the catcher, Transtom, and that's going to allow both runners to move up with the breaking pitch in the dirt.
Ball.
So, runners now at second and third. Still nobody out in the inning. And now a chance for Benavides really to pick up some runs here and kick the door wide open here in the bottom of the first. As that pitch is up high, and it's ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Wind kind of picking up a little bit,
That'll
blowing
load the
straight
bases.
in from
On a
center
walk.
field as Benavides takes that pitch up, and that's back-to-back walks and loads the bases
Coming
with
to the
nobody
plate,
outs.
Number 10, Sager Keller.
So Sager Keller will come to the plate. Keller with 3 official at-bats on the year so far, and he's 1 for 3 on the season. So not only is Preston opening up here against Bear Lake, they've faced Bear Lake many times. Like as we've mentioned during the pregame show, usually the meetings with Bear Lake come very early in the year as that pitch misses outside. Is it a fair indication of the kind of team that Bear Lake is? No, maybe not necessarily. As when Preston plays them, very often they've had very little, if any, practice. As that pitch is swung on and missed. And it's 1-1 here to Sager Keller. Bear Lake infield plays halfway. As a pitch inside and hits him.
Keller's hit by pitch.
So Keller's hit by a pitch that'll force over a run to make it 2-0.
That'll score
As Hollingsworth comes in.
with bases loaded.
And it's 2-0, and now bases remain loaded, and now here is Tristan Wall.
Now batting number 2, Tristan Wall.
First pitch to Wall. That is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. So because of the Indians and the Bears meeting so early on in the year, and Bear Lake really not rounded into form because of lack of practice, as that breaking pitch is inside and hits him again.
Hit by a pitch.
So Wall hit by a pitch. Back-to-back hit batters that force runners in, and it's 3-0. So now you get the perfect idea of what we're really talking about. That with the way
Now
the
batting number
winters
5,
normally
Tate
go,
Bassett.
that Bear Lake doesn't get a whole lot of practice time early in the year. And it really shows in 2 areas, pitching and hitting. As that breaking ball is down low, ball 1 ball and no strikes. In fact, over the years, in the games that Preston has played against Bear Lake, as that ball's pulled foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Counts 1-1.
So for the Indians and the Bears, they have played a total of 14 times over
That's a foul
recent
ball.
years. That ball's again rolled foul outside of first, and it's now 1-2. Preston leading as the ball popped up in foul ground, third base side, coming over as the
That
third
one's
baseman
brought
home
in
to make the
by
play, and that's
the
just the
third
first
baseman.
out of the inning. So a foul out by
Now
Tate
batting
Bassett,
is number 4, Levi Despain.
as Levi Despain will now come up. Still with the bases loaded. First pitch, ground ball to third. Dropped it, picked it up, can't, dropped it again, throws across in time. Gets the out at first base, but will
Nice
score the
recovery by
run.
Third base for the 5-3 put out.
So there's 2 outs as Despain picks up an RBI. And it makes it 4-0 as Benavides is able to come home.
RBI. for
Still
Despain.
runners at second and third, and the 9th man to hit here in the inning is Tristan Day.
Now batting number 23, Tristan Day.
So Day at the plate. First pitch over, this pitch over again. And it's 0-2 on Day. Thing about the Indians, when they played the Bears here early in the year, well, they've certainly had their offensive shoes on, because the pitching really struggles for Bear Lake so early on in the years. Preston averages right at 12 runs a game in each of those games against Bear Lake. As the next pitch is driven to center, Newton has to go start it in, now comes in and makes the play. As Newton makes the play for out number 3, Preston sends 9 men to the plate in the bottom of the first inning. 4 of them come home to score on
the Indians scored 4 runs on 2 hits.
On 2 hits in the inning. There was an error, and they leave a couple of men on base as well. We're done with 1. We'll head to the second. Preston up 4-0 over the Bear Lake Bears on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
Purchasing land or a new home is one of life's major milestones. It says you're committed to a better life, to building something worthwhile. Since 1905, Flying S has been land title protectors, ensuring you have clear ownership rights to your home and your land. By blending personalized hometown customer service with sophisticated, cutting-edge technology, we meet each customer's real estate transaction needs. When you need a title company, choose the one that's been serving customers for over 119 years. Flying S Title and Escrow, 28 West Oneida, Preston.
Hi, I am Dr. Chelsea Morrison, the Primary Care Medical Director at Franklin County Medical Center. I'm here to tell you that one of the most important things you should do each year is see your doctor. A yearly checkup is a small way to prevent large health problems from happening. It is also an opportunity to get support for you and your family's health goals. Everyone, young or old, should have an annual wellness check, and chances are your insurance plan will cover it. Call to schedule your annual wellness checkup today.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
4-0 Indians as we go to the second.
For the Bears will be number 12, Perkins.
As Daxton Perkins, the right fielder, he'll be followed by Riken Christofferson, and then the pitcher Payson Weston due up here for the Bears here in the second inning. Remind you that coming up on Tuesday, the Indians back here again as they will play host to the Malad Dragons, a single game. On Tuesday, it gets started at first pitch at 3:30. We'll be on the air with a pregame show just before 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. So Preston up 4-0. Oxborough, the left-hander, ready to go back to work, and the first pitch here to Perkins hit foul off the first base side, and it's 0-1.
Foul ball to Perkins.
Perkins is the other guy who's really swung the bat well so far in the first 3 games this year for Bear Lake as he takes that pitch down, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Perkins, who's 2 for 4 so far on the year. Yeah, it's in the early going, I agree, but he's gone off to a quick start, hitting .500. And he's tied for the team lead in RBIs with 3. As a pitch again hit foul over on the first base side, and it's 1-2. Oxborough ready again, comes home, and the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. So back-to-back strikeouts for Oxborough. As that's first out.
Coming to the plate,
and here's Riken Christofferson. So here's Christofferson, the second baseman. As the first pitch swung on and missed, good fastball down and away from Oxborough, and it's 0-1. Christofferson still looking for his first hit of the year. He's 0 for 5 so far on the season. As the next pitch again swung on and missed as Oxborough again throws a fastball by him, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. So he does away with Christofferson on 3 straight pitches. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for Oxborough. And with 2 outs and the bases empty, here's the pitcher, Payson Weston.
Now batting number 15, Weston.
Weston, another one of those guys still looking for his first hit of the year, as Weston 0 for 6 so far on the season, as that pitch misses down low. Bear Lake, as a team, came into the game today hitting .250 on the year. Pitch home, fastball misses down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Left-hander Oxborough ready again. Is that pitch going to miss inside this time? And it's 2-1. Next pitch, fastball down the middle. Good pitch from Oxborough. It's 3 balls and a strike. 2 outs, top of the second. Preston gets 4 in the bottom of the first. As the next pitch misses outside, ball 4.
Weston reaches on a walk.
Second walk allowed by Cade Oxborough here this afternoon.
Now the batter.
And here is Wyatt Struckland. He is the first baseman here this afternoon. As the first pitch to Strickland is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Strickland making his first appearance on the year in a game. In fact, this is his first at-bat of the season in the first few games they have played in, as the next pitch is swung on and missed. And it's 0-2. Oxborough trying to get out of the inning. And the 0-2 offering. Fastball missed inside, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. So Oxborough punches out all 3 batters in the inning, all 3 outs at least. But he pitches to 4 men in the inning, gives up a second walk of the inning. Other than that, nothing across. A couple of men left on base so far in the game for the Bears, and we're done with an inning and a half. We'll go to the bottom of the second after an inning and a half here at Tony Hanson Field. It's Preston 4, Bear Lake nothing on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
It has been an unusual winter, but spring will be here before we know it. This is Trish with Yardmaster. It's time to plan for your summer services and take advantage of the prepaid discounts. Have the yard of your dreams with our professional services. Custom lawn fertilization with weed control, aerations, exterior bug sprays, and sprinkler maintenance. Call today, even if it's bad weather. We would love to help you save time and money with your beautiful lawns. Yardmaster Services.
There's no better family activity than a night out at the movies. Worm Creek Opera House Theater on State Street in Preston is your local home for first-run family movies. The historic theater offers top-flight comfort, the coolest refreshments, and quality entertainment, all at family prices. Stop by the Worm Creek Opera House at 70 South State Street in downtown Preston. For tickets, show times, and a list of upcoming attractions, go to wormcreek.org.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
And playing this weekend at the Worm Creek Theater, it is the
top of the order, Cade
the
Oxborough.
Disney movie Snow White. And for more information, showtimes, tickets, and coming attractions, check out their website at wormcreek.org. So we're ready to go here to the bottom of inning number 2. As Preston leading 4-0 is today's game, brought to you in part by Northern Title, a trusted name in the tri-state area. Good deeds done daily. Call today at 208-852-5700. After sending 9 men to the plate in the first inning, Preston will start from the top of the order here again. Here in the second, as Cade Oxborough will lead it off here for the Indians. Cade singled his first time up to lead off the game and takes the breaking pitch outside, ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Outfield straight away, the right fielder Perkins playing over near the line, expecting Oxborough to pull as that pitch misses outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Ready again. The next pitch is up high again. Ball 3. 3-0. So this overcast now is burnt off a bit as that pitch is up high. Oxborough will walk. So Cade walks on 4 pitches.
Jansen Hollingsworth.
And Jansen Hollingsworth will now come up. It was overcast and about 40 degrees in game time today. The overcast now starting to burn off a little bit as they go back to first base and Oxborough back in there with a dive.
I don't blame you. I got one in the car if I get late. All right. Tired. Okay.
Hollingsworth at the plate waiting, and the pitch misses outside. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Hollingsworth singled, went to second on an error by the center fielder. That error allowed the run to come in and got Preston on the board, make it 1-0 early on in the first. As Oxborough running again, pitcher doesn't notice and he throws to second base, not in time.
Stolen base by Oxborough.
So Oxborough steals second base. He was probably 3/4 of the way to second base before the pitcher was able to break his hands and turn and try to find anybody at second base. So really nobody noticed that he was running as Hollingsworth bangs that one into left field. That's a base hit. Oxborough will go as far as third base and stay there. Runners at the corners for the Indians. And still nobody out here in the inning. And now here is Connor Thompson, who walked and scored his first time up. So Thompson with runners at the corners, nobody out. As once again, Bear Lake will kind of set in double play depth in the middle of the infield. There goes Hollingsworth. He'll steal second base standing up.
Stolen base for Hollingsworth.
4-0, Preston threatening for more here. 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the second. As Thompson hits the ball in the air toward right center field. That's headed toward the gap as the Newton, the center fielder, is going to chase it all the way into right center. 1 run's in, 2 runs are in. Thompson's going to go to third. Now they're going to wave him in as the ball comes into the shortstop. The relay throw is too late, and it's an inside the park home run for Thompson.
With 3 RBI.
So Thompson, with his first home run of the year, picks up 3, and it's now 7-0. Preston here in the first inning. Or check that, in the bottom of the second inning. First hit of the inning, by the way, as the breaking pitch, first pitch to Benavides, hits him on the shoulder, and once again, Preston have a man on base. That's the third hit batter for Weston here in just
Benavides
an inning plus, as we're going to get a visit to the mound here as well, as the pitching coach headed out to the mound.
Coming to the plate will be number 10, Sager Keller.
Looks like we have a pitching change here as well. So, new pitcher coming in here for Bear Lake. Let's squeeze in a timeout here real quick. We'll figure out who the new pitcher is right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
When you're hungry for a delicious burger, roast beef sandwich, and an ice cold soda, stop at Papa J's Deli in Clifton, Idaho. You'll get an amazing meal at an affordable price, and you'll enjoy great conversation. Papa J's is famous for the best beef jerky, but you'll also find a delicious menu, a friendly staff, great snacks, and good friends at Papa J's Deli. Stop in today to satisfy your hunger. Papa J's, 10 South Main Highway, Clifton, Idaho.
105.5 FM KACH.
I'm Dan Keller, Mayor of Preston, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Jay Butters with Alta Bank, and we are Preston Proud, Idaho Strong.
Hi, this is Lyle Fuller with the Fuller & Fuller Law Firm, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Larry Morrison with Evergreen Financial Partners. We are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
105.5 KACH. We're Preston Proud, Idaho Strong, serving Franklin County and beyond.
All right, new pitcher on here for the Bears is Wyatt Strickland, as Weston goes an inning plus. Gives up just 3 hits and a total of 7 runs thus far, but he's still responsible for Benavides standing over at first base as well. Walked 1, did not strike out anybody, and hit 3. So kind of a rough start for Payson Weston. So nobody out, runner at first, and the new pitcher Strickland will work to Sager Keller, Tristan Wall, and Tate Bassett.
Batter for Strickland, his first batter.
So here's Sager Keller. Keller was walked in the first inning, as with the bases loaded. So picked up a cheap RBI nonetheless, as the first pitch from Strickland is up high. Ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Next pitch again bounces up there. Nice save by the catcher Transtrom. Keeps the ball in front of him, but it's 2 balls and no strikes now on Keller. Two-0 pitch up high, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. Why does Preston want so desperately to game it at home? No, well, not only just for the fans. They usually play pretty well here at Tony Hanson Field over the years. 3-0 pitch, taking all the way and takes a strike, and it's 3-1. Going back, at least over the last 3 years they played, if you go back to the COVID-19 year of 2020 when nobody played, as the next pitch swung on and missed, it's full 3-2. Preston has played since then, since the COVID year, Preston has played a total of 41 games here at Tony Hanson Field. And during that time, they are 27-14 as the 3-2 pitch is inside and hits Keller.
That'll move Benavides to second.
That's Benavides will go to second base, and Tristan Wall will come up.
Now batting Tristan Wall.
Wall was also hit by a pitch and picked up an RBI his first time up here today. So runners at first and second, and still nobody out here in the bottom of inning number 2 here for the Indians. So runners at first and second, nobody out, as Wall will climb in here from the right side. So Preston at home since COVID happened, 27-14. They were 6-8 here a year ago, last year. First pitch to Wall, breaking pitch, that's up high, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. So last year it's 6-8, snapped a 3-year run of winning seasons that they had here at Tony Hanson Field. As that pitch again misses up high, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch It's rolled into right field. That's a base hit. Coming to third is Benavides. He'll be waved in. As stopping at third is Keller, as Wall with an RBI single. That makes it 8-0.
And Keller on third.
So 4 in the first, 4 here in the second so far. And now here is Tate Bassett, still with runners at the corners and still nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning. And Bassett is the 7th man to hit here in the inning as a pitch hit foul back here on the walkway, and it's 0-1. So they were 6-8 last year. 2 years ago, with all the weather and things that was happening around the area, Preston only played a total of 8 home games anyway. But they were 6-2 here. As a pitch inside, and it's another hit batter. Bassett hit by a pitch as that ball hits him down around the shoe top as he'll head down to first base. Strickland second hit batter. And that's the 5th overall Preston batter to be hit by a pitch here. And now here's Levi Spain, the 8th batter to hit here in the inning, as that first pitch on the outside corner for a called strike, and it's 0-1. So 6-2 here a year ago. In 2022, they were 10-2 here. Ball hit along the right field line, slicing out of play, and foul. It'll be 0-2 on to Spain. Then in 2021, bouncing back from the COVID year, they won 5 of the 7 games they played here. So you can see why they really wanted to get on the field. Lined up the middle, big hop, right to the shortstop. He'll carry it to the bag to get one there, go back to first, in time for the out.
Nice double play by the
but allows the run to come in.
We did score 1 run on that.
As Despain rolls into the double play. 6-3 on the twin killing. As Bassett out on the force out. As Keller comes in, should say that is the 5th run of the inning, and it's 9-0. And once again, Preston will bat around here in the inning as the number 9 hitter, Tristan Day, is at the plate and takes the first pitch down low, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 pitch, up high, ball 2. Day flew out to right his first time up. Next pitch, that misses down low again. And it's ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes here on Tristan Day.
Tristan Day, the batter.
3-0 pitch to okay, there was a strike. So now it's 3-1. 3 balls and a strike here on Day. 2 outs in the inning. Day's going to line one down to the third baseman. Has it on a couple of hops. Plays it across, and it's not played at first base by the first baseman as it gets away. That's going to allow another run to come into the inning as Wall comes in. Tristan reaches on the air by the shortstop on the bad throw over to first base.
He'll end up at second.
As he'll end up at second base. Second error of the day against Bear Lake. Now back to the top of the order again, and then Cade Oxborough, the 10th man to bat here in the inning. So 6 runs home here in the inning for the Indians. Ball hit to the first baseman, dropped, flip it to first, not in time. So the inning extends. As Oxborough with an infield hit.
Oxborough gets an infield hit.
Runners at the corners again. And once again, here's Jansen Hollingsworth, who has a pair of hits today. He's also scored a couple of times and stolen a base. First pitch home to Hollingsworth. Foul at home plate. Oxborough was running on the pitch, so he'll have to come back. (10-0) Indians. Two outs, bottom of the second. Hollingsworth waiting, and the pitch home. Sprayed foul off the right field side. So again, Oxborough will have to go back 0-2. And the 0-2 offering. Bounces up there. Again, Oxborough running. He'll steal this one as the catcher can't handle the pitch cleanly, as he'll have his third stolen base of the day. Will Oxborough now stand at second base with two outs. Strickland ready again, and the next pitch with first base open hits Hollingsworth.
Hollingsworth hit by the pitch.
So he's on base again. That's the sixth Indian to be hit by pitch today, and we're only in the bottom of the second inning. So once again, the base is loaded. And here comes Connor Thompson, who had an inside park home run earlier here in the inning. Good for 3 runs. As he drives this one to center. Again, it's Newton having to go back. It's going to be over his head. He's able to pick it up before he gets to the track. Oxborough scores. Hollingsworth scores. Thompson right on his feet, clears the bases, and that's 3 runs on the double by
3 RBI.
By Connor Thompson. So Thompson doubles and clears the bases. So here is Benavidez up for the second time here in the inning. It's the first pitch on the ground, wide of third, picked up at short, throw across in time, and again, not able to be handled on a bad throw by the shortstop on a bounce.
Benavidez reaches first on the air.
Thompson will move over to, I guess he came in on the bad throw. When the throw got away, Connor Thompson came in to score, so that's another run here for the Indians here in the inning. 2 outs, runner at first base, and Sager Keller at the plate. And it's 14-0. 14-0 Preston here in the second inning. As again, the pitch in the dirt goes to the backstop. And Benavidez ends up at second base. Keller hit by a pitch twice. So still looking for an official at bat. Swings through that one. Ball and a strike. As he reaches out and pokes one into short right field. Right fielder coming up. That is Perkins there to make the catch. And the inning finally comes to an end, but not before the Indians post a whole bunch of runs in the inning. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs home in the inning for the Indians. As we'll go to the third after 2 innings complete here at Tony Hanson Field. It's Preston 14, Bear Lake nothing on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Make the best deal you can. When it's time to buy or sell commercial or residential real estate, it's important to have Elisa Benson on your team. She is helpful, knowledgeable, honest, friendly, hardworking, and results-oriented. As a graduate of Preston High School, Elisa understands the real estate markets in Idaho and Utah. Call Elisa Benson today. North Realty Idaho and North Realty Utah. Elisa Benson, your proactive trusted advisor.
Webb Funeral Home is proud to be the leading provider of funeral services in northern Cache Valley, including southeast Idaho, for almost 100 years. We are a full-service mortuary offering the highest quality services with very affordable pricing. We have plans to meet everyone's budget, from traditional funeral services to graveside services and cremation options. We gladly provide free insurance coverage review, quality headstones and monuments, as well as funeral transcriptions. Let us answer any questions you might have by calling us at 208-852-0533. Webb Funeral Home, a trusted name in funeral service since 1925.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
One ball and two strikes on Wall to lead off here in the top of the third inning. As that pitch hit foul, count stays at 1-2. Third inning today brought to you by Preston Auto Parts Car Quest. We have all the parts you need to keep your car or truck running strong. Find us at 17 South State Street in Preston, where you'll be treated like a friend. Next pitch to Baird, misses down low, 2-2. Next pitch, that's rolled foul again. Stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oxborough, left-hander ready again, and the 2-2. Over, strike 3 called.
Baird's called out on
Baird's
strikes.
called out on strikes. First out here in the third. And back to the top of the order, and Peter Newton due up. Newton grounded out his first time up. Hit a ground ball to the shortstop Thompson. And that first pitch bounces up there, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Preston has won 5 straight games here against won five games in a row against Bear Lake. Popped up along the left field line, going out is Benavides. Can't quite get to it, but it's going to land foul. It's going to land foul anyway. So foul ball, and Newton will come back. So Newton back up there, back from the left side. As the next pitch, home fastball that misses up high. 2-1 the count here on Peter Newton. Hitting 167 to start the year. Fastball from Oxborough is high up over his head, and it goes to 3-1. So Preston 14 runs on 7 hits. Helped along with 3 Bear Lake errors behind him, and Bear Lake pitching through 2 innings today has hit 6 batters. So they've had plenty of opportunities to get men on base. As the pitch over for a strike, and the count evens at 2-2. Oxborough's 2-2 offering. Bounces up there. I guess it was a 3-2 pitch.
Newton reaches on a walk.
As Newton will walk.
Transtrom, the batter.
So here is Jace Transtrom with one out and 1 on. Newton is the third base runner here for the Bears today, as they have all reached via the walk. Pitch pops out of Wall's glove as Newton's going to head down to second base, and he'll make it there.
Newton reaches second on the steal.
Well, the pass ball allows Newton to go to second base. 1 ball, no strikes on Transtrom. As the next pitch is hit foul back in the screen, the count evens at 1-1. So Preston last year was 8-13, and looking to get that ship righted here today, as they're off to a big lead in the first game of the doubleheader against Bear Lake, as the pitch misses outside. 2-2. Check that. 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Hit right back to the mound, speared there as they go to first base in time for the out. As nice play by Oxborough.
1-3 put out.
Ball hit right back at him. That's the second out of the inning. And puts Newton over at third base now with 2 outs. And here's Dawson Beard, who also hit back to Oxborough his first time up today. First pitch bounces away again. Here comes Newton to the plate, and he will be out at the plate. Ball popped out of Wall's glove again, but not far enough for Newton to advance, as he's out at the plate. 2 unassisted on the third out of the inning, as Barrett will be back up there when Preston comes back up, or I should say when Bear Lake comes up in inning number 4. We're done with 3.5. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Preston leading big, 14-0 on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
It's always refreshing to shop where you know you'll be appreciated. It's even better to know that you can get everything you need. Quality parts at fair prices. The team at Preston Auto Parts CarQuest appreciates every customer. They work hard to make sure that you have the right part the first time, on time. Whether it's motorcycles, farm and ranch, lawn and garden, or car or truck parts, you can always get it all at Preston Auto Parts CarQuest. Stop in where you'll be treated like a friend. 17 South State Street, Preston.
It's the best feeling when you've had a long drive and you see your hotel, the Come On Inn, Casper. That means your day just got better. At the Come On Inn, you have lots of options. Unwind in the hot tub, go for a swim, relax in the beautiful atrium, and sleep in total comfort. Centrally located, the Come On Inn is close to everything. In the morning, start your day with a delicious breakfast. Top it all off with an amazing, friendly staff who is always glad to see you. It doesn't get better than that. When you're in Casper, always stay at the Come On Inn.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
So 14-0, Preston on top. Here as we go to the bottom of the third. Today's game brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance, the Smith Agency. Don't leave the things that matter to you to chance. Call Farm Bureau Insurance, the Smith Agency today. Or you can stop by their office at 33 South 1st East in Preston. Their number is 208-852-2364. All right, here in the bottom of the third. As Strickland stays out there, it'll be Tristan Wall, Tate Bassett, and then Levi Despain due up here for the Indians. 6, 7, and 8 in the batting order. As, you know what, Bear Lake, they are taking their time getting ready to get out and get their warm-up tosses in. As finally Wall ready to step in, and we're ready to go here to the bottom of inning number 3. Wall's been up there twice. Has a pair of RBIs. One official at-bat where he singled home a run. He was also hit by a pitch with the bases loaded and forced over a run. That back in the first inning, and takes the first pitch down low, ball 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed, 1-1. So Preston has played a few games like this against Bear Lake where they've really taken advantage of their lack of, what shall we say, lack of preparation for the season because of conditions up there in the Bear Lake areas. The 2-1 pitch misses outside again, and it's ball 3 balls and a strike. Strickland comes home, 3-1, swung on and missed. And it's now full on Tristan Wall, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ready again, the first pitch, next pitch rather, hit foul. Count stays full at 3-2. Ball waiting, 3-2. The pitch home from Strickland. That's inside and hits him.
Tristan reaches on a hit by pitch.
So that's 7 Preston batters hit by pitches in the game.
Coming to the plate for the Indians is Tate Bassett.
So here's Tate Bassett. So 8 runs officially charged to Weston, not 7 as I mentioned before. So here's Bassett. Bassett fouled out and hit by a pitch as he left-hander takes a breaking pitch on the inside half for a strike, and it's 0-1. Strickland sets at the letters, comes home. Ball hit again, foul off of the third base sign. That's going to hit off the roof of the press box area. And it's 0-2. Today's game brought to you by Ralph's Construction. Building fine custom homes throughout the area. Call for more information at 435-232-1837. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Dropped at home plate. First base was occupied. So it would be a strikeout on the breaking pitch as Bassett goes down on strikes, but when the ball got away from the catcher, Wall headed away down to second base. So that hard breaking pitch in the dirt gets the strikeout. That's the first inning you go down on strikes here today. And now here is Levi Despain. He takes the first pitch over for a strike. Despain's grounded out twice. Last time he hit into a double play back in the second inning. The next pitch hit off the end of the bat into short left center field as the center fielder Newton comes up. Can't quite get there in time as everybody will be safe. As Wall stayed at second base, had to make sure the ball was going to get in. As Despain will reach on the single.
Batting now is number 23, Tristan Day.
So here's Tristan Day, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, coming up for his 3rd time. Hit number 8 for the Indians. Day's flown out, reached on an error as a breaking pitch in the dirt, and that's going to allow both runners to move up 90 feet. So Wall goes to third, Despain to second.
Runners on second and third on the pass ball.
1 ball and no strikes on Day, with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. The pitch home to Tristan. That's going to be sliced foul. One ball and 1 strike. One out, runners at second and third. Little ground ball out in front of home plate. Strickland down to get it, throws to first in time for the out. But the run comes in.
6-3 put out.
6-3 put out of Day as Wall able to come in and score. So there's 2 outs in the inning.
Wall comes in for a score.
Despain advances to third. And back to the top of the order again, and Cade Oxborough up there for the 4th time today. Takes that first pitch on the corner for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Cade Oxborough, the batter.
Oxborough with a pair of hits. He's also walked, scored 3 times, and he's stolen 3 bases. Big overhand curveball. That jugs over for a strike, and it's 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Pitch home to Oxborough. Breaking pitch in on the hands. He fights it off and rolls it foul, and it stays at no balls and 2 strikes. Center fielder Newton playing pretty shallow with a guy who can swing it pretty well like Oxborough does. Pitch misses outside. A breaking pitch, tried to run it away from him. Ball and 2 strikes, and the pitch home to Cade. That's up high. Count full, 3-2. Strickland ready. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed as he got Oxborough to swing through a breaking pitch, and that's the way the inning will end. Preston gets 1 run in the inning on 1 hit. And they also leave 1 man on base. So we are done with 3 complete. We'll head to the 4th as Preston, as they add a run, they now lead 15-0 after 3 here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
For 78 years, West Motor Company has stood by your family. While the generations have come and gone, our commitment to quality and service has never wavered. Our team is here to ensure you find the vehicle that keeps your loved ones safe on every journey. When trust matters most, choose West Motor Company, now proud to be part of the Mountain West Auto Group.
We offer rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. For example, your home's heating and air conditioning system draws significant amount of electricity during certain times of the year. We offer cash back for heat pumps, which use energy-efficient technology to heat and cool your home. We also offer rebates on appliances and smart accessories like smart plugs and smart switches. Really, for anything that draws electricity in your home, we usually have some type of rebate to offer you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
So we head off here to the 4th inning. Preston leading handily. It's 15-0 after 3. And Preston's got a new pitcher in. Got a left-hander out there on the bump. I believe that's Tate Bassett, who comes in to pitch. So Oxborough, with he's handed a very big lead, as he'll work his 3 innings and call it good and go over and take over at first base, as the first baseman and pitcher just switch spots. So Oxborough goes over to play first, and Bassett will now come in and take over on the mound. As here in the fourth inning, Bassett will face Dawson Beard, Jack Holm, and then Daxton Perkins will also hit here in the top of the fourth inning. So Beard, who was left standing at home plate when Newton was thrown out trying to come home on a pass ball, so he'll come back up there to lead off here in the fourth. As the left-hander Bassett rocks and comes home, and his first pitch is a fastball, misses outside, ball one. One ball and no strikes. Yeah, you watch a lot of those major league pitchers now, and they will come home and they'll have elbows and knees and arms flying everywhere during the delivery and after the pitch. As Bassett's next pitch again misses outside and low, ball two, 2 balls and no strikes. So that's pretty much Tate Bassett. He'll have a weird leg kick, throw the ball, and then kind of throws both hands up in the air. And the follow-through leg ends up way up in the air as well, as the 3-0 pitch goes to the backstop. Check that, the 2-0 pitch goes to the backstop, and it's now 3-0. Bear Lake has had 3 base runners through 3 innings, all of them via the walk. As the next pitch, fastball, is over for a strike. It's 3-1. Now Bassett's 3-1 pitch. Misses down low, ball 4. That's the 4th walk of the day, given up by Preston pitching. This one leads off the 4th inning.
Number 7,
as here is the third baseman, Jack Holm. And ready again, the first pitch to Holm. That misses down low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Bassett's going to go back to first base, but not in time over at first. Bassett back up on top again. As that ball hit off the end of the bat, could be 2 out towards second. They flip it to Thompson at second for 1, back to first, not in time, as the grass still kind of growing in, really kind of ate up that ground ball. So Beard's out 4-6 for the first out of the inning.
Now batting Perkins.
Holmes reaches on the fielder's choice. And now here is Daxton Perkins, who struck out his first time up. First pitch to Perkins. Ball bounces away from the catcher, running to second base, and makes it there. So Holm
reaches second on a pass ball.
Takes off on the pass ball, reaches second base. 1 ball and no strikes. 15-0 Preston here in the top of the 4th. Fastball is high again, ball 2, 2-0. Don't forget, second game of the doubleheader coming up. Have about a 20 or 25-minute break between games. As again, the pitch in the dirt gets away from the catcher, and there goes the runner for third. So Holmes going to make it to third base. Reaches on a fielder's choice. Ends up over at third on a pass ball and a wild pitch. As the next pitch again is up high, ball 4. So second walk in the inning.
Excuse me, Perkins reaches on the wall.
That'll put runners at the corners. And 1 out.
Number 14, Christopherson, the batter.
As that brings up the second baseman, Riken Christopherson. First pitch to Christopherson's down low, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Runners at the corners. Preston could use a ground ball here to try to get out of the inning with a double play as that pitch is over on the inside half for a called strike. Again, the ball popped up. Catcher coming over, and nice play by Wolf. He had to look up into that sky and find the ball, first of all, which was no easy feat. But then able to chase it down over by the first base dugout and make the play. So Christopherson fouls out for the second out. Now with 2 outs, here is Payson Weston, who started the game as the pitcher. And he walked in his only at-bat today. As the first pitch fastball is up high, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Next pitch, breaking ball, that's over this time. And it's 1-1. Wind is blowing, and unfortunately it's scheduled to blow weather in later this afternoon and into tonight. As that next pitch, breaking ball, misses again. 2-1. Although it's kind of burning off the overcast here at the ballpark, when you look off to the north, you can still see the clouds kind of working their way into that north wind. As again, the pitch misses down low, ball 3, 3-1. Bassett ready again, comes home. The next pitch is over. So 3-2. The count on Weston. 3-2 pitch. On the inside corner, strike 3 called. Snap throw back to third is not in time, but it doesn't matter because it's the third out anyway. So Weston goes down on strikes. And for the Indians, they turn the Bears away again. No runs, no hits.
One hit.
And 1 error and 2 men left here in the inning. They also on a couple of walks. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th when we come back. Preston up 15-0 on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
When you're hungry for a delicious burger, roast beef sandwich, and an ice-cold soda, stop at Papa J's Deli in Clifton, Idaho. You'll get an amazing meal at an affordable price, and you'll enjoy great conversation. Papa J's is famous for the best beef jerky, but you'll also find a delicious menu, a friendly staff, great snacks, and good friends at Papa J's Deli. Stop in today to satisfy your hunger. Papa J's, 10 South Main Highway, Clifton, Idaho.
105.5 FM KACH.
I'm Dan Keller, Mayor of Preston, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Jay Butters with Alta Bank, and we are Preston Proud, Idaho Strong.
Hi, this is Lyle Fuller with the Fuller & Fuller Law Firm, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Larry Morrison with Evergreen Financial Partners. We are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
105.5 KACH. We're Preston Proud, Idaho Strong, serving Franklin County and beyond.
Leading off for
All right, bottom of the fourth inning.
Will be Jansen Hollingsworth.
Indians still up 15-0. As we're chasing down some information, getting reports here that the West Side games were postponed for today at Snake River, as the first pitch is up high to Jansen Hollingsworth, who leads off here in the fourth inning for the Indians. Strickland stays out there as Hollingsworth bangs one toward left center field, coming over as a center fielder, as that's Newton, who dropped the ball.
Hollingsworth reaches on the air.
So an error on the center fielder. That's the third error tonight for this afternoon here in game one of the doubleheader for the Bears. And now here is Connor Thompson. Thompson's walked, doubled, had an inside the park home run, and he's driven in 5 runs here today. As that first pitch is up high, ball 1 ball and no strikes. Check that, 6 RBIs. The inside the park home run came with a couple of men on base. And then last time up, came up with the bases loaded and doubled the right center field and cleared the bases. 2-0 on Thompson. Here's the 2-0 offering. That's hit toward the gap in left center field. As again, it's Newton on the run, having to chase it all the way out to the fence. Able to pick it up as rounding third is coming home is Hollingsworth, and it's 16-0. As Thompson with another extra base hit and another RBI, his 7th of the day, of the game, really. So here's Benavides now with a runner at second base.
Ezra Benavides, now the batter.
As the first pitch to Benavides is up high, ball 1 ball and no strikes. So 16-0. As Benavides hit by a pitch, he's going to head down to first base. That's the 5th batter hit by Strickland in his
Sager Keller to the batter.
3 innings plus, and the 8th batter overall for Preston hit by a pitch today. And now here is Sager Keller. Runners at first and second, still nobody out. First pitch to Keller, popped up, coming back to the screen to have a look, but it's going to land out of play as Transton not able to get to it. Fourth inning of today's game brought to you by Papa J's Deli and Jerky in Clifton. Remember, you can stop by and pick up some of their world-class jerky, or you can order it online at papajs.com. Breaking pitch over this time again here to Keller. And it's 0-2.
Keller goes down on strikes.
So Keller out on strikes. That's the first out.
Tristan Wall, the batter.
And just the second Preston Indian to go down on strikes today. And now here is Tristan Wall. Yeah, so the information, we're getting confirmation now that that there will not be West Side games today, as the pitch hit on the ground out toward the second baseman slowly. Christofferson has it, plays it across in time for the out.
Wall's thrown out at first.
So there's 2 outs.
4-3 put out.
as Wall's out 4-3 for the second out. Both runners move up 90 feet, so Thompson now stands at third. Benavides at second. And Tate Bassett comes to the plate. So I was saying it was Snake River. Actually, it was American Falls that Westside was supposed to play today. Hit onto the ground again to the second baseman. Christofferson will play it across in time for the out, and Preston's gone here in the inning. So they score one time here in the inning on one hit and an error in the inning, and they leave a couple of more men on base. So we're done with 4. We'll head off to the 5th as Preston just needs 3 outs to kind of lock this one up. As after 4, it's Preston 16, Bear Lake nothing on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In a world that's full of unknowns, you don't have to worry about whether or not your insurance has got you covered when life throws you a curveball. If your coverage is with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston, offering policies from auto to home, farm and ranch to crop insurance, and business to life insurance. The Smith Insurance Agency does it all. No matter what challenges life brings, you're not alone. Make sure you've got the right coverage in the right areas of your life. Schedule a free insurance review today with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston.
We offer rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. For example, your home's heating and air conditioning system draws significant amount of electricity during certain times of the year. We offer cashback for heat pumps, which use energy-efficient technology to heat and cool your home. We also offer rebates on appliances and smart accessories like smart plugs and smart switches. Really, for anything that draws electricity in your home, we usually have some type of rebate to offer you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
So we move along here to the 5th. Preston up big and looking just to pick up the outs that they need and get this one in the books for their first win of the year. And get ready for game 2 of the doubleheader. Anyway, finishing the information we got, Westside was supposed to play at American Falls, and apparently after Westside's teams had arrived there and Jace Andrews was there and set up, they decided to cancel the games. So we will not have Westside games for you coming up later after we are done here today, as their 2 games there against American Falls have been postponed. So we'll go here to the 5th. Strickland, Beard, and Newton due up here in the 5th inning. And they got a whole lot of runs they have to get to keep this game going. As the first pitch here to Strickland, and misses outside, ball 1. Strickland, who's had 1 at-bat in the game and struck out. As the next pitch ought to be hit foul back into the screen. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Strickland. So the next pitch again misses down low. Bassett's next pitch, breaking ball as Strickland swings through it and runs the count full, 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bassett rocks, comes home again as that pitch will be well high. Now the count runs full. Apparently I misread what the umpire said. So now the count 3-2. And the pitch home. Bounces up there, ball 4.
Strickland reaches on a walk.
So Strickland will walk.
R. Baird, the batter.
6th walk given up by Indian pitching. And Ryder Beard now the hitter. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Preston leading 16-0. As the pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Today's game brought to you by Puppy Steps Training. It's the ultimate puppy board and training experience for Utah and in Idaho. For more information, check out their website at puppystepstraining.com as they go to first base. And diving back in over there is Strickland. Strickland with a short lead over at first. Next pitch swung on and missed as Beard chases one up in his eyes. No balls and 2 strikes on Beard. The 0-2 offering popped up, foul ground on the first base side. That's going to land just out of play. So Beard will come back and the count will stay at no balls and 2 strikes. So Preston trying to snap what has become a streak of 3 straight losses in home opening games as a pitch. The 0-2 pitch misses inside and hits Beard.
Hit by pitch.
So a walk and a hit batter. Runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the 5th. And now here's Peter Newton. Newton's grounded out and walked, 0 for 1 officially. Newton pitched a game last year here against the Indians. There goes the runner for third, and the bunt is on, and it's going to go foul. So just trying to experiment however they can to try to manufacture a run of the Bears. Put the runners in motion with a bunt and run on, and Ben Newton fouled it off, and it's 0-1. Pretty good wind blowing straight in from right field. 20 mile an hour plus, I would say, the way Old Glory's flapping around. Newton again hits the ball up along the third base side. Glove there by Benavides, throws across, and good stretch there and dig out by Oxborough over at first base.
Nice dig by Oxborough.
So that's the first out. Both runners move up 90 feet. And with runners at second and third, here is Jace Transtrom at the plate.
Transtrom, the batter.
First pitch to Transtrom. Fastball is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Transtrom reached on a walk in the first inning, and he's also hit back to the pitcher. So he's 0 for 1. Next pitch bounces up there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Actually got quite a few people here today with the threat of weather looming coming later in the afternoon. A lot of folks made the trip over from Bear Lake. A lot of Preston people here as well. So pretty good crowd here at Tony Hanson Field. As that ball lined back up off the pitcher, it's going to find its way to the second baseman as Despain will throw over to first in time for the out, but it's going to allow Strickland to come in and score.
Bear Lake scored the run.
So it's 16-1 as Transom picks up the RBI on the 1-4-3 ground out for the second out as they get on the board. And now 2 outs, runner at third, and here is Dawson Beard. Beard has walked and also hit back to the pitcher here today. As the pitch home, hit in the air, right field. Hollingsworth coming up in a hurry, can't quite get there as the ball really didn't hit that far. Is that off the end of the bat and the wind knocked it down. And it's going to go as just a little dunk single. And that is the first hit of the game for the Bears.
Baird scores from third.
So they get a couple of runs in and pick up their first hit, and it's 16-2. So 2 outs. And another hit batter. As Holm gets hit by a pitch. Well, the wind is certainly picking up. As now Sean Thompson, the head coach for the Indians, heads out to the mound. They were talking about weather like 2-3 o'clock, and the wind is certainly picking up on the front of that front, getting ready to move through. As Thompson has his say out at the mound, he's now going to turn and head back toward the dugout. As Bassett will stay on the mound. And it'll be Daxton Perkins at the plate. Well, here's Perkins. And the first pitch fights it off, hits it fouled off the first base side, and it's 0-1. So right now it's about 48 degrees, so it's about 8 degrees warmer than it was at game time. As the next pitch again hit foul off the first base side. So the count stays at 0-2. After this first game of the doubleheader is over, we'll take you back to the studio for a little bit. John will have some music for you. And then we'll be back along with game 2. About a 25-minute break, I'm guessing, between games. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here on Perkins. Next pitch again, hit foul back into the screen, and it stays at 1-2. Outfield pretty much straight away. Day plays over toward left center field a little bit, and up ball hit toward the gap and right center field. It's going to get down. Hollingsworth's going to have to chase it to get it in. The third run of the inning comes in here for the Bears on a double by Perkins.
RBI double for Perkins.
So back-to-back hits. And it's 16-2 now. Check that, 16-3, my bad. So 16-3 with runners at second and third. Still 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. As the next pitch home is up high again. Bassett working out of the stretch, sets at the belt, comes home. That pitch misses well outside. Runners away from their spots at second and third. 3 runs home here in the inning as that pitch is going to go to the backstop. It's ball 4 and allow the 4th run of the inning to come in.
Holmes scores.
So Holmes scores on the walk and the wild pitch. Christofferson heads down to first base.
Weston, now the batter.
And the 9th man to hit here in the inning is Payson Weston. So runners at the corners at 16-4. As that first pitch is down low, ball 1. Here's a very interesting situation for you. With the score 16-4 and a couple of men on base, Weston stands at home plate representing the run that they need to get home to keep from having the mercy rule come into effect. As that pitch it misses down and in, but it's called for a strike, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, knocked down by Wall. Ends up right between his feet. He couldn't find it there for a minute. He does able to find it before anybody can advance, and it's 2 balls and a strike. So Preston got 4 in the first, 10 in the second. Single runs in the third and the fourth to open up a 16-0 lead. As that pitch again misses high. Ball 3, 3 balls and a strike. And now 4 runs here in the top of the 5th inning for Bear Lake to keep their hopes alive. The 3-2 pitch swung on, 3-1 pitch swung on and missed. Two outs in the inning, and the pitch is on the corner. Strike 3 called. So Pat Weston goes down on strikes, looking for the second time today, as the inning is over. Not before Bear Lake gets 4 runs in the inning on a pair of hits and plus a couple of walks. They leave 2 men on base, as that is the first game. The way the first game of the doubleheader will end with that. So we'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back, have some final totals for you, and the winning and losing pitchers right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
It's always nice to know who you're working with, especially when it comes to legal documents, loans, and title insurance tied to your home. Company-wide, Northern Title has been providing exceptional title work since 1977. In the Preston office, you work with Jan Stone, Monique Bear, Melanie Olson, Cassidy Loya, Afton Jones, and Charlie Bear. Let us answer any questions you have about title work, title insurance, and closings. We look forward to serving all of your title needs. Northern Title in Preston, Idaho. Good deeds done daily. Contact us today.
Go Preston!
If you're looking for someplace new as you head into your golden years, look into the tradition of quality designer homes built by Ralph's Construction in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. Working in Phase 3 now, with Phase 4 starting soon, these homes can be built to a floor plan that you desire, or Ralph's Construction has other options that you're sure to fall in love with. Call today for more information, 435-232-1837. Now is the time to plan for the finest home of your lifetime. Ralph's Construction, 435-232-1837.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, the Indians win it today. Final score 16-4 in Game 1 of the doubleheader as they pick up their first win of the year. And they snap a string of 3 straight home losses in season opening games with the victory here this afternoon as well. Final totals for the Indians to win it: 16 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. For Bear Lake, 4 runs on 2 hits. They committed 6 errors, and they also hit 8 batters. So Preston had plenty of free opportunities to get men on base, and they certainly took advantage of it by posting 16 runs. Kate Oxborough went the first 3 to pick up the win for the Indians, and it was Payson Weston to take the loss for Bear Lake in a game that took 1 hour and 42 minutes to play. All right. Take a break. We'll come back we'll send it back to the studio, I should say. Game 2 of the doubleheader will be coming up in just a little bit. We'll be back with you in about 25 minutes, but we'll take a quick commercial timeout. John will pick it up on the other side. He'll have music for you coming up here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Phillips, professional trainer and owner of Puppy Steps Training. I believe that life is more enjoyable with a well-trained dog. That's why my team and I have come together to give you the ultimate dog training experience through Puppy Steps Training. Our 8-week board and train program is specifically designed to give your puppy a head start on life. Along with access to our extensive training material, you will receive daily progress reports, weekly photo and video updates, and a hands-on training demonstration. Discover the ultimate dog training experience with Puppy Steps Training, the premier dog training facility in northern Utah, and proud supporter of Westside and Preston High School athletics.
Ready has provided safety and excellence in industrial construction and support services since 1982. Our experts self-perform all phases of construction on new or existing structures, such as site excavation, access road creation, concrete foundations, welding, and the installation and maintenance of piping, tanks, metal buildings, and more. Our turnkey services will have your facility operational quickly and safely. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
Listen for Dan Hubbard and Preston Indian Sports on KACH.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Northern Title, the trusted name in the tri-state area. Rocky Mountain Power, WattsmartHomes.com, offering rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. Ready Support Services, we are ready. West Motor Company, your only stop for new or used cars in Preston and in Logan. Franklin County Medical Center for the finest care in all of the Cache Valley. Stokes Market True Value with the finest meat and produce in Preston. S&T Electric, it's what we do. Flying S Escrow and Title, land title protectors since 1905. Ultimate Power Sports, get ready for your next outdoor adventure at Ultimate Power Sports in Preston. Elisa Benson of North Realty, Idaho and North Realty, Utah. Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding communities since 1925. Cache Valley Bank, serving Utah and southern Idaho with 21 locations. Yardmaster, keeping lawns healthy throughout the Cache Valley. Puppy Steps Training, northern Utah and southern Idaho's premier board and training facility since 2011. Farm Bureau Insurance, the Smith Agency, your local agents right here in Preston. Canyon Creek Dental, with 2 area locations to serve you. Preston Auto Parts CarQuest, stop in downtown Preston where you will be treated like a friend. Papa J's, making world-class jerky locally right here in Clifton. Ralph's Construction, building custom homes throughout the region. This broadcast is made possible through an agreement between Preston Broadcasting, LLC and Preston High School, and is production of Preston Broadcasting, LLC. This game is intended for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or reproduction of this broadcast without express written permission of Old West Media is strictly prohibited.
All right, welcome back here to Tony Hanson Field as we get ready to start game 2 of the doubleheader. As the Indians are sending Sager Keller to the mound, as Keller's first pitch of game 2 is fouled away by Peter Newton, and we're underway. So we're underway at 1:05 here in the second game of the doubleheader as Newton rolls one past the mound. That'll be played there by the second baseman, Despain, who plays it across in time for the out. And there's one out here in the top of the first inning. So that'll bring up Chase Tantrum. As both teams pretty much with the same lineups, maybe just a little bit different. We'll kind of get you caught up on those here as we can as we go along here.
Transtrom now the batter.
Transtrom takes a breaking pitch from Keller. That's over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Next pitch, hit back to the pitcher. Transtrom, I should say Keller has it. Wow, throws an absolute blur over to first base in time for the out.
Out number 2.
Didn't handle the ball cleanly, then had to chase it down off the mound, and then threw an absolute fastball over to Oxborough at first base to get the out. 1-3 on the put out, 2 up and 2 down. Now here's Dawson Beard to hit with 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Keller comes home, breaking ball hit off the end of the bat, foul. And it's 0-1. So Keller pitching today for the Indians here in game 2. It'll be Jack Holm on the mound for Bear Lake as that pitch misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. One, two. Here's the pitch. As ball popped up into short right. Hollingsworth, ball up in the wind, waiting for it to come down, and he'll make the catch for the out. As the
The Bears are gone in order here in the top of the first inning here this afternoon in Game 2 of the doubleheaders. They go out 1-2-3, and we will go to the bottom of the first. After a half inning, it's Bear Lake nothing, and the Preston Indians coming up here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In today's world, you need a bank that moves as fast as you move. A bank where personal relationships are still the norm and where your life, your business, and your needs come first. That's what you'll find at Cache Valley Bank. With locations in southern Idaho and throughout Utah, Cache Valley Bank offers you the personalized service of a hometown bank with the resources and capacities of a large bank. Visit Cache Valley Bank today. Let us help you build the financial network you need. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC.
Ready is committed to providing superior services to our customers by requiring individual accountability for excellence in quality, safety, and dependability. We are a growing company that is currently hiring across Wyoming, Colorado, Texas, Nevada, Idaho, and elsewhere. Our valued team members receive competitive wages, full benefits, and weekly pay. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, we'll move along here to the bottom of inning number 1 as the Indians able to set the side out in order, 1-2-3 here in the top of the first. And now we'll come up here to face Jack Holm for the first time here this afternoon. Trying to duck the lineups in here as we can. Pretty much the same lineup for the Indians they'll have here in Game 2 as they did in Game 1. The lineups today brought to you by Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding communities since 1925. That means Cade Oxborough will lead off here for Preston. Here as we go here to the bottom of inning number 1. Jansen Hollingsworth and Connor Thompson will also hit here in the first inning. So here's Oxborough. As Ox takes that first pitch outside, ball 1 ball and no strikes. Cade with a pair of hits in the first game, walked and struck out. Scored 3 times, hits a little number back to the mound. Pitcher has it, and Holm will straighten and throw out Oxborough for the first out. So there's 1 out. Now here's Jansen Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth in the first game had a pair of hits. He was hit by a pitch in the game as well. One of 8 hit batters in the inning, in the game for the Indians. And then he also reached on an error. He scored all 4 times he was on base. As the pitch down low goes to the backstop, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. That pitch over for a strike, and it's now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike as Preston gets their first win of the year. As the pitch swung on and missed. It's a game which they scored 16 runs on a total of 9 hits. They played pretty good defense, though. They had 1 error in the game. Holm ready, comes home. The next pitch to Hollingsworth. Swung on and missed, gets away from the catcher, and Hollingsworth is going to make it to first base on a strikeout wild pitch.
Hollingsworth reaches on the strikeout pitch.
So Hollingsworth now at first base, and that brings up Connor Thompson. It was Thompson who put on the show in the first game for the Indians. He had 3 hits and 3 official at-bats. He also walked once, scored 3 times, rolls over on 1, hits it down to the third baseman who knocks it down but keeps it in front of him and loses the play in doing so. A little roller to third.
Ezra Benavides.
And that'll bring up Ezra Benavides with runners at first and second. Just to finish the thought on Thompson, so he had 3 hits and he was 3 for 3 and had a total of 7 RBIs in the game. So here's Benavides. Benavides was walked, reached on an error, and hit by pitches twice in the game. So much different results looking at a box score from Thompson to Benavides. As that pitch misses again. Next pitch to Benavides is down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Preston looking to get on the board here. They scored in every inning in the first game of the doubleheader. The next pitch home is lined up in the center field. That'll be a base hit. Coming to third is Hollingsworth. He will scamper home, and Preston jumps in front 1-0.
Benavides.
As Benavides picks up his first hit of the day, an RBI single with 1 out here in the second game of the doubleheader. Drives in a run, and Preston leads 1-0.
Sage Keller now the batter.
Keller, should say Thompson stops at second base. Now here is Sage Keller. Keller in the first game was officially 0 for 2. Was hit by pitches twice as they flow the ball back to second base. And then he also flew out and struck out. So officially 0 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader here today. There goes the runner for third, and the throw is going to be too late as Thompson steals it. And then Benavides sneaks into second base behind the play.
Stolen base to third, and Benavides goes to second.
So runners at second and third. Still only 1 out in the inning. Keller takes that pitch over for a strike, and it's 1-1. Ball popped up along the right field line. Wynn's going to keep pushing that one, though, and it's going to foul, go land foul, and it's now 1-2. Little roller past the mound. This will get another run in as the shortstop has it near the bag, throws it across in time for the out.
Keller's thrown out at first.
So Keller grounds out 6-3 for the second out, but it gets another run in. And it's 2-0 now, Preston. Here in the bottom of the first inning.
Tristan Wall the batter.
So here's Tristan Wall with a runner at third and 2 outs, as Preston will try to extend the lead here a little bit more here as that pitch over for a strike. Wall, who had 1 hit, a couple of RBIs in the first game, was hit by pitches a couple of times as well, as he takes that pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 offering. Breaking ball misses outside. Holm ready, he comes home, the pitch, again, good looking pitch, just misses the outside corner. And it evens the count now with 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two. Again, misses outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Thompson down the line from third. The next pitch, again, rolled to third. Handled there by the third baseman. He'll play it across. Bad throw, pulled him off the bag. And Thompson's going to score on the infield error.
Benavides scores. Wall reaches first.
Check that. Benavides was the runner at third as he comes in to make it 3-0 as the throw pulls the runner, first baseman, off the bag. So Wall reaches on the error at third. Second error of the inning against the Lions. Now the Bears, rather. Now the throw gets away over at first base, and there goes Wall all the way to third.
Wall gets to third on the air.
So bad pickoff play. Third error of the inning. And Tate Bennett waiting at home plate all this time now with a chance to pick up a run. Breaking pitch is up high, ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Bennett 0 for 3 with a hit batter in the first game. Swings through that ball, and it's 1 ball and one strike. Wall down the line from third. Again, the fastball misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now they're going to try to steal a run, and coming home is Wall, and he's thrown out.
Thrown out at home for out number 3.
2-1-2 to record the third out of the inning, and Bennett will be back up there when the Indians come back up in the second inning. But they get 3 runs on 1 hit. There was 3 errors and nobody left here in the bottom of inning number 1. So we're done with an inning. We'll go to the second after 1 here at Tony Hanson Field in game 2 of the doubleheader. It's the Indians 3 and the Bears nothing.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Purchasing land or a new home is one of life's major milestones. It says you're committed to a better life, to building something worthwhile. Since 1905, Flying S has been land title protectors, ensuring you have clear ownership rights to your home and your land. By blending personalized hometown customer service with sophisticated, cutting-edge technology, we meet each customer's real estate transaction needs. When you need a title company, choose the one that's been serving customers for over 119 years. Flying S Title and Escrow, 28 West Oneida, Preston.
Hi, I am Dr. Chelsea Morrison, the Primary Care Medical Director at Franklin County Medical Center. I'm here to tell you that one of the most important things you should do each year is see your doctor. A yearly checkup is a small way to prevent large health problems from happening. It is also an opportunity to get support for you and your family's health goals. Everyone, young or old, should have an annual wellness check, and chances are your insurance plan will cover it. Call to schedule your annual wellness checkup today.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, Preston gets 3 runs in the bottom of the first inning. They take a 3-0 lead as we go here to the top of inning number 2. As Sager Keller, who retired the side in order in the first inning, will get ready to go back to work here as we go to the second inning. Today's game is brought to you by Bighorn Cleaning. If you have carpet, upholstery, tile, or grout that needs cleaning around your home, call Bighorn Cleaning at 208-317-6544. They're local right here in Preston. They are Bighorn Cleaning. So it'll be Jack Holm, Daxton Perkins, and Tate Ewing to come up here in the top of inning number 2. And the first pitch hit foul back into the screen by Holm. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Try to get you caught up on some of the other things going on today. As that pitch up high, ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, it's the first official weekend of the Major League Baseball season. So we'll get you caught up on other games coming up. Ground ball to the right side. It runs up the arm of the second baseman. He loses the play as Despain had the ball run up his arm and lost the play as
Perkins now the batter.
Holmes will reach on the air, and that's the first base runner here in the second game of the doubleheader here for the Bears. So here's Daxton Perkins. As the ball gets away,
on a throwing
error on the pickoff play, and that's going to allow Holm to go to second base. So both teams a little fast and loose with the baseball here. As Keller ready comes home, that pitch is down low, ball one ball and no strikes. Perkins with one hit, had an RBI double in the first game. He also walked once and struck out as that ball's off the glove of the catcher, and there goes the runner to the third. Wild pitch allows Holm to get over to the third base, and that's where he's going to stand there. Clouds continue to gather. They're expecting weather later this afternoon into tonight, and then into tomorrow as that pitch swung on and missed. They have two games next week at home to the Indians. 2 days that softball, the girls, Lady Indians will be here. As that ground ball to third, they'll let the run come in as they throw it across in time for the out. As Oxborough has to come off the bag, but able to go back and step on it again to get the out. That's the first out as Holm comes in to make it 3-1.
Score on the fielder's choice.
So it's 3-1. Here in the top of inning number 2. And here is Tate Ewing. Ewing did not play at all in the first game, so he's up there for his first at-bat of the day. Sager comes home and hits him.
Ewing reaches on a hit by pitch.
So another hit batter. That has certainly been the theme of the day. 8 Preston batters were hit by pitches in the first game today. And that's the first Bear hitter to be hit by a pitch here in game 2. Breaking pitch over for a strike. The throw through with the runner going is not in time. So Ewing, after being hit by the pitch, steals second base on the first pitch. Wyatt Stuckman at the plate. Look out, inside out, so he hits it over in front of the first base dugout. No balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Little roller again past the mound, up to get it, and Benavides overruns it and then loses the play, and everybody's going to be safe. A little bit of a tough play, but should have been made. Error on Benavides, second error of the inning against the Indians. And now here is Ryder Beard. Beard in the first game, 0 for 1 officially, was also hit by a pitch and scored a run. As the pitch here is hit off the end of the bat into short left center field. That's going to get in. It's going to get the run in. And it'll make it 3-2
RBI single
as Baird drives home the run. So Ewing comes home to score. Stopping at second base was Stuckton.
Sparks the batter.
And it's 3-2, and now here is Skylar Sparks. Again, Sparks did not play in the first game, but he's back in there here for the second game today. as takes that pitch outside, ball one, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ready again. Here's the pitch home to Sparks. Again, misses outside. 2 balls and a strike.
It was fun, but it was cold. So actually, the weather wasn't bad.
Ready again, coming home with a pitch as that's a breaking pitch. That's over for a strike from Keller. So 2-2 the count. And the 2-2 pitch. Again, hit back to the box as Keller able to make the play, throw it across to first in time for the out. It's the second out of the inning. Allows both runners to move up 90 feet. So Stockton goes to second. Stockton goes to third. Beard goes to second. And back to the top of the order now. And Peter Newton back to the plate. Newton grounded out his first time up. First ball swing, hits it foul back into the screen. That's 0-1. So 0-1 on Newton. Runners at second and third. 2 runs home here in the inning for the Bears. Preston leads at 3-2. Ground ball to again up in the infield. Again, it's cut off, and a bad thrower at first base will pull Oxborough off the bag and allow another run to come in.
Bears score a run on the
throwing error over at third base.
third.
So that gets the Stockton home, the 3rd run of the inning. Runners at the corners and still 2 outs. And the 8th man to bat here in the inning is Jace. First pitch misses down low, ball 1 ball and no strikes. So Jace Trantham at the plate as he swings through that one, and it's a ball and a strike. So we're even at 3. Preston got 3 runs in the bottom of the first inning, and now several errors and misplays in the top of the second inning by the Indians. As that ball's in the dirt, gets away from the catchers. There goes the runner, Newton, down to second base. Three errors in the inning against the Indians. As the next pitch home to Transton is misses, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. Fastball down the middle, it's 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Keller ready, comes home again, and it is over. Strike 3 called. So Transton goes down on strikes, goes down looking, but not before Bear Lake sends 8 men to the plate in the inning. They get 3 runs on 1 hit, helped along by 3 Preston errors, and they leave a couple of men on base as well. So we're tied at 3 after an inning and a half. We'll go to the bottom of the second here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
Bears scored 3 runs.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
It has been an unusual winter, but spring will be here before we know it. This is Trish with Yardmaster. It's time to plan for your summer services and take advantage of the prepaid discounts. Have the yard of your dreams with our professional services. Custom lawn fertilization with weed control, aerations, exterior bug sprays, and sprinkler maintenance. Call today, even if it's bad weather. We would love to help you save time and money with your beautiful lawns. Yardmaster Services.
There's no better family activity than a night out at the movies. Worm Creek Opera House Theater on State Street in Preston is your local home for first-run family movies. The historic theater offers top-flight comfort, the coolest refreshments, and quality entertainment, all at family prices. Stop by the Worm Creek Opera House at 70 South State Street in downtown Preston. For tickets, showtimes, and a list of upcoming attractions, go to wormcreek.org.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Bassett.
Today's game brought to you in part by Stokes Market True Value, with the freshest meat and produce you'll find in Preston and throughout the Cache Valley. It's Stokes Market on State Street here in Preston. Tate Bassett will lead it off for the Indians as he was left standing at home plate when Tristan Wall was thrown out trying to score. So it'll be Bassett, Despain, and Day due up for Preston here in the bottom of inning number 2. So Jack Holm going into his second inning of work. And Bassett back up to the plate. Bassett, who drew the caller in the first game of the doubleheader here this afternoon. 0 for 3. First pitch here to Bassett. That is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Home ready again. Roxon comes home. As drops that little breaking pitch, just drops it on the outside edge for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Stands both feet on the rubber. Now Roxon comes home, and the 0-2 pitch misses down low. In fact, it bounced away from the catcher. As it'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes now here on Bassett. Holm ready again. Nope. But as he started it up with the hands, Bennett asked for and got timeout from the home plate umpire. So time called, no pitch. Holm comes home, and again, a little chopper. Again, back toward the mound. Holm has it. He'll throw across. And again, another misplayed ball over at first base. Another error. This would be against the first baseman.
Bassett reaches on to first on the air.
So Bassett will reach on the air. That's the 7th error of the game already. 3 against Preston, 4 now against Bear Lake. And here is Levi Despain as they go to first base. And back of the bag is Bennett. Despain 1 for 3 in the first game. Had a single late in the game and takes that pitch down low, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Again, they'll go to first base, and again, it's another error as a wide throw, and there goes Bassett back to his feet. He'll head to second base. So the error on the pitcher this time, the 5th error of the game already against Bear Lake. Remember, they had 6 in the first game. So Despain waiting at home plate, and again they're going to turn and bluff back to second base. Next pitch hit foul off the first base side. 1 ball and 1 strike here on Levi Despain. Fastball misses. Ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. Three, bottom of the second. Holm ready again, looks back at second base, comes home. The next pitch, little looper off the glove of the second baseman out into right center field. Despain has his second hit of the day.
A single
As
Despain.
coming into third is Bennett And Preston has runners at the corners and still nobody out.
Day now the batter.
Now here's Tristan Day. Day, who drew the collar in the first game. He was 0 for 3. Did reach on an error once, however, and score a run. Runners at the corners for the Indians. As Day waiting for the first pitch, and it's down to the dirt, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Bennett down the line from third, and again they go back over to first base again. As the next pitch home today, breaking ball, misses down and away, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Again, the pitch today, this one misses inside, dropped by the catcher. So that's going to allow Despain now to move up to second base. So still nobody out in the inning. Runners now for the Indians at second and third as they'll try to work this game open here again. Fastball over for a strike. Bears bring the infield up. Pitch home today, swung on and missed. And the count runs full, 3-2. Day waiting. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Chased one, and they snap a throw back down to third. And not in time there. So Day strikes out. That's just the first out of the inning. And we go back to the top of the order now, and Cade Oxborough will come back to the plate.
Cade Oxborough, the batter.
First pitch to Cade, misses outside, ball 1, 1-0. Bear Lake leaves the infield up. Next pitch home to Ox. Little tapper back to the mound. He'll straighten, go to first, but he doesn't look Bassett back, and Bassett able to come in on the throw to first base.
Fielder's choice. That'll bring Bassett.
So Bassett, well, Oxborough is out for the second out of the inning. He'll pick up another RBI here today, however, as Bassett able to come home, give Preston now a 4-3 lead. Runner at third base is Despain, and here is Hollingsworth. As Jansen takes the first pitch, a breaking ball that's over for a strike, and it's 0-1. So Holm able to make the play on the ball hit by Oxborough, but never looked back to third base, and Bassett just, when he never looked, he just kept running, came on home. So here's Hollingsworth, 2 for 3 in the first game with a couple of runs scored. Check that, 4 runs scored, I should say. As he's out in front of a breaking pitch here. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cade Hollingsworth. The 1-2. Again, rolled foul. Got it in on his hands. All he could really do is just kind of fight it off and rolled it foul. So it stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch, Hollingsworth takes that inside and evens the count now at 2s. 2-2. (4-3) Indians here in the second. Next pitch again stays high to Hollingsworth. Runs the count full 3-2. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Ground ball wide of third. There to pick it up is Beard. Throws it across on a bounce and not in. Dropped over at first base as Stracklin I think would have been late on the play anyway. So we'll give Hollingsworth an infield hit. As coming home to score was Despain, and it's 5-3. Here's Connor Thompson. Thompson takes a breaking pitch over for a strike. Thompson, with all the times he was on base and all the hits and all the RBIs in the first game, reached on an error here in the first at-bat here in game 2. And that next pitch is a breaking pitch that stays up over his head. They throw the ball back to first base again, and diving back to the bag is Hollingsworth as the wind starts to gust again right directly back in toward the press box. Again, they bluffed the pickoff move back over to first base, and now the pitch home to Thompson. Hit in the air to center field. That's Newton over into right center, still giving chase, and finally the right fielder, Ewing, comes over, and he can't make the play. So Ewing called Newton off and then dropped it.
That's second.
As runners will be at second and third as Thompson goes to second base. So runners at second and third. Now here's Benavides. Ezra takes the first pitch outside, ball 1.
Benavides is the batter.
1-0 for Benavides. He went hitless in the first game. Technically, scoring-wise, he was 0 for 1, but he walked and was hit by a pitch twice, scored a couple of times, but it did not have a hit. He was 0 for 1 in the opener. He hit that pitch foul, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Hollingsworth down the line from third. Thompson with a walking lead from second. The 1-1 pitch is a breaking ball that's over for a strike, and it's now 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch to Benavides. That same breaking ball stays up and in this time, and it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Holm loves that breaking pitch. As the comes home, fastball this time, hit in the air toward right field. Ewing is just kind of hanging out there and will make the catch for out number 3. So Benavides flies out.
The Indians scored 2 runs.
Not before Preston gets a couple of runs in the inning. As we'll go to the third after 2, it's Preston 5 and Bear Lake 3.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Make the best deal you can. When it's time to buy or sell commercial or residential real estate, it's important to have Elisa Benson on your team. She is helpful, knowledgeable, honest, friendly, hardworking, and results-oriented. As a graduate of Preston High School, Elisa understands the real estate markets in Idaho and Utah. Call Elisa Benson today, North Realty Idaho and North Realty Utah. Elisa Benson, your proactive, trusted advisor.
Webb Funeral Home is proud to be the leading provider of funeral services in northern Cache Valley, including southeast Idaho, for almost 100 years. We are a full-service mortuary offering the highest quality services with very affordable pricing. We have plans to meet everyone's budget, from traditional funeral services to graveside services and cremation options. We gladly provide free insurance coverage review, quality headstones and monuments, as well as funeral transcriptions. Let us answer any questions you might have by calling us at 208-852-0533. Webb Funeral Home, a trusted name in funeral service since 1925.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, as we move to inning number 3 here this afternoon, Preston leading 5-3. As still going through their warm-up tosses. Gives us a chance to remind you of today's game is brought to you by Rocky Mountain Power, Watts Smart Homes. Watts Smart Homes is a program that provides rebates to residential customers for energy efficiency upgrades that you might make around your house. Find out how they can apply to you at wattsmarthomes.com. Sager finishing up his warm-up tosses as we go here to the third. As it'll be Beard, Holm, and Perkins due up here for the Bears as we go to the top of inning number 3. So Preston wins the opener fairly decisively, and now trying to sweep the doubleheader as Dawson Beard will lead off here in the top of inning number 3 for the Bears. First pitch, off-speed breaking ball. He's out in front of it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Misses in, up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. See if we can we mentioned we've tried to get you caught up on some of the other things happening around baseball today. Take a look at the some of the other scores and things for games that are already going on here in the 3rd inning. If I can get my phone to cooperate. Pitch again, misses inside, goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes here on Dawson Beard to lead off here in the top of the 3rd inning. Pitch to Beard, hit in the air, right field, near the line. Hollingsworth coming over, the second baseman also coming over, and it's going to drop foul, and it'll bring Beard back here to home plate. So it stays 3-2 on Beard, now back up there, and the 3-2 pitch. Again, roll a little number out in front of the mound. That's going to be a fair ball. They pick it up and they throw to first, and it is in time for the out. That's a little number out in front of home plate. It didn't go more than 6 or 7 feet. As Wall with a nice play down to bounce out of there and make the play. 2-3 on the put out for the first out. Now here is Jack Holm, the pitcher. So we take a look at the scoreboard, brought to you by ground ball. That's off the glove of Benavidez on a hard hit ball. As headed down to first base is Holm. He'll be there, and the pitcher will take his place over there at first base. So Holm got the big end of the bat on one, and that'll bring up Perkins. So Holm reaches. That's his first hit of the game. And now here is Daxton Perkins, who grounded out his first time up as the pitch misses outside. Anyway, the scoreboard brought to you by Bighorn Cleaning. If you have carpet, upholstery, tile, or grout in your home or office that need attention, call them at 206-317-6544. As the pitch is over for a strike, the throw kind of sails in the wind as Holm will steal second base. So 2 balls and a strike. Breaking pitch over again, and it's 2-2. All right, so around the big leagues, game going on, already underway today. Some games are already done back on the East Coast. As the pitch breaking ball is over. Great pitch really froze Perkins and he couldn't pull the trigger. That's the second out. So here is Tate Ewing now with 2 outs and a man at second base. Yankees beat the Milwaukee Brewers today 4-2 back in Yankee Stadium. First pitch to Ewing is swung on and missed. Baltimore gets a win as they put a dozen up in Toronto. They beat the Blue Jays by the final score of 12-2. Next ball hit in the air, right field. Hollingsworth coming up. He's there and makes the catch for the out. So Ewing flies out, and not before the Bears get him in as far as third base, but can't get him in. So no runs in the inning. 1 hit and 1 man left. We'll continue our look at the scoreboard when we come back as we go to the bottom of the third. Preston leading 5-3 on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
It's always refreshing to shop where you know you'll be appreciated. It's even better to know that you can get everything you need, quality parts at fair prices. The team at Preston Auto Parts CarQuest appreciates every customer. They work hard to make sure that you have the right part the first time, on time. Whether it's motorcycles, farm and ranch, lawn and garden, or car or truck parts, you can always get it all at Preston Auto Parts CarQuest. Stop in where you'll be treated like a friend. 17 South State Street, Preston.
It's the best feeling when you've had a long drive and you see your hotel, the Come On Inn, Casper. That means your day just got better. At the Come On Inn, you have lots of options. Unwind in the hot tub, go for a swim, relax in the beautiful atrium, and sleep in total comfort. Centrally located, the Come On Inn is close to everything. In the morning, start your day with a delicious breakfast. Top it all off with an amazing, friendly staff who is always glad to see you. It doesn't get better than that. When you're in Casper, always stay at the Come On Inn.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, we move along to the bottom of inning number 3. Preston with a 5-3 lead. As here in the third inning for the Indians, it'll be Sager Keller, Tristan Wall, and Tate Bassett to hit as we'll continue our look at the out-of-town scoreboard here today. A couple other games that have gone final. Boston picks up. Oops, I take it back. Hold on 1 second. My scoreboard here is all out of whack. Okay, let's go back here because for some reason it was giving me the wrong scores. Let's start over with the games for today on this first Saturday in the Major League season. We gave you a Yankees score. It is not final at Yankee Stadium today, as that first pitch here to Sager goes to the backstop. Ball 1 ball and no strikes. It might as well be. They're in the top of the 8th inning with the Yankees leading Milwaukee by a score of 20-6. Angels are in Chicago to take on the White Sox. The 1-0 pitch hit foul off the first base side. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. That's no score as they play in the top of the 8th inning. They're in the middle of the 6th in St. Louis, where the Cardinals have a 2-1 lead over the Minnesota Twins. Ground ball to short. They throw across in time to get Sager, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the third inning. 6-3 on the put out. That'll bring up Tristan Walls. They're in the 4th in Toronto, where the Blue Jays have a lead today over the Orioles, 4-2. Everything else is still to come. We've got several games starting here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. First pitch to Wall, breaking ball, that misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Games yet to come. Philadelphia in the nation's capital to take on Washington. Ball chipped toward right field. Coming up is the right fielder Ewing, and this time he makes the catch.
Ewing makes the catch for out number 2.
So there's 2 outs. And now here's Tate Bennett, reached on an error and scored a run his first time up. Tate Bassett, I should say. Colorado's in Tampa Bay to take on the Rays again tonight. Cleveland's in Kansas City. San Francisco is at Cincinnati. As that pitch misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Pittsburgh's in Miami. All those games start here in the next 10, 15 minutes. As that pitch misses inside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on Bassett. Tate climbs back in the box. And the 2-0. Swung on and missed. It's 2-1. Other games coming up later. Boston's at Texas tonight. The Mets are in Houston again to take on the Astros. Atlanta will be at San Diego. Next pitch to Bassett. Look out. That's line foul over on the third base side. It almost took out Levi Despain standing on deck. And then also scattered a bunch of players out of the dugout as well. Next pitch to Bassett. Breaking ball again, misses outside. Runs the count full, 3-2. Detroit's in Los Angeles again to play the Dodgers. And the Athletics are in Seattle to take on the Mariners. That pitch is on the corner, outside corner, strike 3 called, and the Indians are gone. 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning as we set the side down in order, and Preston's gone 1-2-3. So it remains 5-3, Preston on top as we go to the 4th, coming up after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
For 78 years, West Motor Company has stood by your family. While the generations have come and gone, our commitment to quality and service has never wavered. Our team is here to ensure you find the vehicle that keeps your loved ones safe on every journey. When trust matters most, choose West Motor Company, now proud to be part of the Mountain West Auto Group.
We offer rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. For example, your home's heating and air conditioning system draws significant amount of electricity during certain times of the year. We offer cashback for heat pumps, which use energy-efficient technology to heat and cool your home. We also offer rebates on appliances and smart accessories like smart plugs and smart switches. Really, for anything that draws electricity in your home, we usually have some type of rebate to offer you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Well, we move along here to the top of the 4th here on KACH Preston as Sage Keller moves into his 4th inning of work. His team's posted him to a 2-run lead as it's 5-3.
Leading off for Bear Lake will be
As
Stokely, Baird, and Sparks.
So Wyatt, Stockton, Ryder, Baird, and then Skylar Sparks due up. The bottom 3rd of the order due up here in the top of inning number 4. So Keller ready, comes on with the first pitch. Breaking ball is a pretty good one. Drops it on the inside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. So what has been a blustery day here is that pitch misses down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Preston to be back here on Tuesday as they have a game scheduled for April Fool's Day. That's no joke. They'll be here on April Fool's Day on Tuesday on April 1st. Pitch missed outside. The next one misses inside. It's 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike. Malad will be here on Tuesday. Single game against the Dragons. Ground ball to short. Thompson waits for it, flips it across in time for the out.
Stuckian goes down on.
So that's 1 out.
6-3.
And that'll bring up Ryder Beard. So Malad here on a 3:30 first pitch on Tuesday. And that remains to be seen because all the weather forecasts I've seen after being in the 70s around town here most of the week, now they're talking about rain and snow again most of next week. So that remains to be seen as that pitch misses inside. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Most I can tell you is just keep things tuned in to KACH, and we'll update schedules and cancellations if there are any as that information becomes available. As the 2-0 pitch misses outside again here to Baird. Ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes. 3-0. That is on the inside. Nope, misses inside. Ball 4.
Sparks the batter.
So Weston over at first base, he was hitting for Baird. So now here is Sparks at the plate. As Sparks hits one toward the shortstop, Thompson gathers it, throws back across the diamond, in time double play.
Nice double play by the Indians.
So a little liner to short that Thompson turns into the double play. So no runs, no hits, a walk, and nobody left thanks to the double play line out. As we'll go to the bottom of the 4th, it remains 5-3, Preston on top here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
When you're hungry for a delicious burger, roast beef sandwich, and an ice-cold soda, stop at Papa J's Deli in Clifton, Idaho. You'll get an amazing meal at an affordable price, and you'll enjoy great conversation. Papa J's is famous for the best beef jerky, but you'll also find a delicious menu, a friendly staff, great snacks, and good friends at Papa J's Deli. Stop in today to satisfy your hunger. Papa J's, 10 South Main Highway, Clifton, Idaho.
105.5 FM KACH.
I'm Dan Keller, Mayor of Preston, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Jay Butters with Alta Bank, and we are Preston Proud, Idaho Strong.
Hi, this is Lyle Fuller with the Fuller & Fuller Law Firm, and we are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
Hi, I'm Larry Morrison with Evergreen Financial Partners. We are Preston Proud and Idaho Strong.
105.5 KACH. We're Preston Proud, Idaho Strong, serving Franklin County and beyond.
All right, bottom of the 4th we go. Preston holding on to that 5-3 lead. And here in the bottom of the 4th inning, here for Preston, it's Despain, Day, then back to the top of the order, and Kate Oxborough due back up here for the Indians. So here's Despain, who singled and scored a run here in this game. He was also 1 for 3 in the opener. So he has a couple of hits on the day. As Holmes stays out there, the right-hander rocks and comes home, and the first pitch, big over-the-top curveball, is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. He has a good curveball, does Holmes. He throws it from several different arm angles, which gives him several different kinds of action. That first one was just straight over the top. This is a fastball that misses up, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Rocks again, comes home. The next pitch, he goes back to the breaking pitch. That one stays high, ball 2, 2-1. So we're telling you about the schedule next week for the Indians, with games against Malad. Also, Snake River will be here on Thursday. Then the girls will get to play their first home games, softball-wise, here on the other side of the complex. They'll be home here on Wednesday and Friday, and we'll have those games for you as well. And it's right back up the middle. It gets past the pitcher. There's the second baseman. Field it near the bag. Throw across. As be able to beat it out. So Despain beats the throw. Ball wasn't hit that hard. And by the time they be able to field it near the bag, get it back over to first, it was not in time. And now here's Tristan Day. Day hitless on the day as he struck out his only time out here in the second game of the doubleheader. Went 0 for 3 in the first game here today. Despain with the lead over at first. And coming home, look out, that's behind the batter. And that's going to allow Despain to take off and go to second base on a wild pitch. So runner at second, nobody out here in the fourth. Preston trying to add to that 5-3 lead as they bluff back in behind second base. Now the throw, they throw it anyway, and the throw is too late. The next pitch home today, that one's on the outside corner at the knees. 2 balls and a strike now on Tristan Day. Nobody out, bottom of the fourth. As they come home again, pitch is swung out and missed as Day swings through that one and evens the count now at 2-2. Trying to remember off the top of my head who the girls will be playing, who the Lady Indians playing in softball. One of those days is a doubleheader against Bear Lake. Ground ball to short. Up with it across in time for the out. As Beard able to make the play across to first base. As Despain, even with the ground ball right in front of him, went to third base anyway and made it there without a play. So runner at third now and 1 out. And back to the top of the order, and Kate Oxborough will come back up. So they have a doubleheader against Bear Lake, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who the other game is against, and I can't at the moment. As that first pitch is a curveball that misses high. Ball 1 ball and no strikes. But weather permitting, we'll have all those games for you here next week here on KACH. The 1-0. In the dirt, ball 2 balls and no strikes. And in case you weren't aware and you're tuning in looking for the West Side games, their games at American Falls were canceled today as the pitch inside to Oxborough and hits him. So another hit Preston batter today. For home, that is his first hit batter of the day. But for the Indians, that's the 9th free base they've gotten because of a hit batter in the doubleheader today. 8 of them in the first game. So here's Jansen Hollingsworth as they step off, look to third, look to first rather than bluff back to third. As there goes Oxborough, the pitch outside, they bluff to second, throw back to third behind the runner, and Despain able to get back in time. So Oxborough gets a stolen base of second, which I believe is his 4th stolen base of the day. Home ready again, fastball on the corner. So a ball and a strike on Hollingsworth. Breaking ball just stays up high this time. Pretty good pitch. Dropped it on the inside corner, but it's just a little bit high. As Bear Lake again has to bring the infield up. The 2-1 pitch. Ground ball to short. They're going to come home. They have a play at the plate, and he is out. So Despain tried to come home on that one hopper hit to shortstop. As they're able to make the play there, so Despain is out 6-3. 6-2 rather, trying to come home. That's the second out of the inning. As Hollingsworth will reach on the fielder's choice. And now here is Connor Thompson.
Connor Thompson, the batter.
Runners at the corners here for the Indians. As Oxborough comes down the line from third, pitch is high, and there goes Hollingsworth for second base. So he immediately steals second on the first pitch. So now Thompson with two more ducks on the pond to try to pick up here, and he lines one at the second baseman.
Nice play.
He stuck his glove down there. I think the ball found him more than he caught the ball, quite honestly. But either way, it's a line out, and that's the way the inning ends. No runs for the Indians here in the inning. As we are done with 4, we'll move along to the 5th. It's still 5-3, Preston on top here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In a world that's full of unknowns, you don't have to worry about whether or not your insurance has got you covered when life throws you a curveball. If your coverage is with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston, offering policies from auto to home, farm and ranch to crop insurance, and business to life insurance. The Smith Insurance Agency does it all. No matter what challenges life brings, you're not alone. Make sure you've got the right coverage in the right areas of your life. Schedule a free insurance review today with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston.
We offer rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. For example, your home's heating and air conditioning system draws significant amount of electricity during certain times of the year. We offer cashback for heat pumps, which use energy-efficient technology to heat and cool your home. We also offer rebates on appliances and smart accessories like smart plugs and smart switches. Really, for anything that draws electricity in your home, we usually have some type of rebate to offer you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
So Transton will come to the plate. As Newton singles, the pitch in the dirt. There goes Newton for second base. So Despain, the new pitcher here for the Indians, is greeted with a single and now a stolen base. And runner at second base and nobody out here in the top of the fifth inning, as that pitch is missed again by the catcher, and there goes the runner for third. So Newton now finds himself standing at third base. As the next pitch home from Despain, that is over but low, 2 balls and a strike. As the wind starts to gust up again. As the 2-1 pitch misses high, ball 3, it's 3-1. Despain's 3-1 pitch, rolled foul back to the screen. Runs the count full 3-2. Cranston 0 for 2 here in the nightcap of the doubleheader. And Despain's 3-2 pitch misses outside. It sends him down to first base. So the tying runs are on base now.
Cranston with a walk.
And now here's Dawson Beard. He was also 0 for 2. He's flown out and grounded out. But now up there in a big spot with a couple of men on base, the tying runs. Righty-righty matchup is the first pitch as Despain tries to overthrow it and throw it to the backstop, and here comes the run to score. So a wild pitch gets Newton home, and it's 5-4. And moving up to second base was Transtrom. So now the tying run is standing at second here in the top of the fifth. As that next pitch, that is over for a strike, and it's 1-1. Today's games are brought to you by Canyon Creek Dental, with offices in Preston and in Grace. They'll give you a smile that you can always be proud of. It's Canyon Creek Dental. As again, the pitch misses down and away, ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. Next pitch again misses down low. Ball 3. 3-1. Despain. Ball hit in the air. Hollingsworth in right field has to come up a few steps and then can't make the play as the wind really knocked it down, as that's going to get the run in, and we are tied at 5. It's a little dunker into right field. As tell you what, that's not Hollingsworth in right field. That is that's Keller playing in right field now, as he was not able to make the play. And the first pitch here to Holmes, trying to help himself, and he does. He singles into into left field, and now the go-ahead run stands at third base.
A single for Holmes. Perkins the batter.
So Holmes singles. Runners are at the corners as Beard came all the way to third base on the bad play in right field. And now here's Daxton Perkins at the plate. So we're tied at 5 as they bluff to third, the throw back over to first, and then the throw by Oxborough back to second base on a bounce gets away, and that's going to allow Beard to come home. Second error of the inning against the Indians, third run of the inning, and it's now 6-3. that the Bears now have a lead. So 6-5 as the Indians really playing fast and loose with the baseball here. As again, Despain will back off before coming home. Perkins here in the nightcap grounded out and took a called third strike, 0 for 2. As he hits this ball off the end of the bat, coming up, have to play it on a bounce over his day in left field. Everybody advances again as Perkins with his first hit of the game. Runners again at first and third, and now here's Tate Ewing, the scheduled hitter, and comes Sean Thompson out to the mound. They brought Despain in to start the inning. He gave up a hit to Newton, a walk to Transom, and then a ball hit in the air to right field was misplayed out there by the right fielder Keller. That allowed one run to come in. Holmes then singled home a run, and now Perkins has also picked up a hit. 3 runs home here in the inning for the Bear Lake Bears, and Preston now trails 5-3 here in the inning. In the nightcap of the doubleheader, as they give up 3 here in the inning. So the meeting at the mound breaks up. Thompson will walk back to the dugout, but he leaves Despain out there on the mound. So Levi in a whole heap of trouble. Runners at the corners. As they're going to bunt. As they get the run in on the bunt as they go to first base in time for the out. So Ewing is out.
On the bunt.
1-3
Inside.
for, that's just the first out of the inning. He picks up an RBI. That makes it the 4th run coming in here in the inning. And it's now 7-5. So here's Stockton at the plate, takes the first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Next pitch, breaking ball, misses down and away, ball 2, 2-0. A 2-0 pitch. Misses ball 3. Check that, 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Nope, 3-0. That's the umpire corrects the scoreboard. 3-0, and the pitch is over this time, 3-1, as the throw goes back through to second base. So now, after the home plate umpire said it was 3-1, now he says no, but it's ball 4. So Stockton will walk as he heads down to first. Runners at first and second, still only 1 out in the inning. And here is Weston at the plate as he takes that first pitch outside, and that's ball 1, 1-0. Weston, who was the starting pitcher in the first game, takes that pitch on the inside half for a called strike. Weston's had 1 at-bat here in this game. He hit into a double play. Is that pitch on the corner again, and it's 0-2. Breaking ball, drops it over on the inside half, called third strike. So Weston out on strikes. That's the second out. And here is Sparks as he takes the big hack of that first pitch and comes up empty. And it's 0-1. 4 runs home here in the inning for the Bears. They have come back and taken a 2-run lead. They lead 7-5. As that next pitch again is over, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch just missed outside, 1-2. Breaking ball, that's too tall. He gets a high strike call, and Sparks goes down on strikes. So he gets the last 2 outs, strikeouts looking, and he leaves a couple of men out on the base paths, does Despain, but 4 runs come home here in the inning. As Bear Lake has gone from 2 down to up 2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Bear Lake 7, Preston 5 on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
It's always nice to know who you're working with, especially when it comes to legal documents, loans, and title insurance tied to your home. Company-wide, Northern Title has been providing exceptional title work since 1977. In the Preston office, you work with Jan Stone, Monique Bear, Melanie Olson, Cassidy Loya, Afton Jones, and Charlie Bear. Let us answer any questions you have about title work, title insurance, and closings. We look forward to serving all of your title needs. Northern Title in Preston, Idaho. Good deeds done daily. Contact us today.
Go Preston!
If you're looking for someplace new as you head into your golden years, look into the tradition of quality designer homes built by Ralph's Construction in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. Working in Phase 3 now, with Phase 4 starting soon, these homes can be built to a floor plan that you desire, or Ralph's Construction has other options that you're sure to fall in love with. Call today for more information, 435-232-1837. Now is the time to plan for the finest home of your lifetime. Ralph's Construction, 435-232-1837.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
And today's game is brought to you in part by Ready Support Services. If you're interested in joining their team, visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready. Well, now the Indians have some work to do as they have found themselves down 2 runs here in the second game of the doubleheader. As
Benavides
the
start things off for the Indians,
pitcher Jack Holm,
followed by Keller and Wall.
who's really kind of settled down and doing a good job keeping Preston at bay and off the base paths, will continue on here into the bottom of the 5th. Here in the 5th inning for the Indians, it'll be Ezra Benavides, Sager Keller, and then Tristan Wall due up. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Coach Thompson held a little team meeting outside the dugout as the team came off after the top of the 5th inning. Let's see whatever he had to say. Let's see if going to make any difference here for the Indians as Benavides takes that first pitch, a breaking ball that stays up high, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Benavides 1 for 2 here in the nightcap. He went hitless in the opener. Officially was 0 for 1. As he takes that pitch on the corner, and it's now at a ball and a strike. He walked and was hit a couple of times in the opener. But he takes this pitch foul off the first base side. And it's now 1-2. So 7-5. Bears on top. Got a windy, cloudy day here in Preston as that pitch bounces up there, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Holm ready, comes home, the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, just missed high, ball 3. So 3-2 the count. Getting some action down in the Preston bullpen, down past their dugout along the left field line. Looks like Connor Thompson starting to throw as that ball popped up, giving chase along the first base side, but it's going to land foul. And the count stays at 3-2. So the count stays full, 3-2 on Ezra Benavides to lead off here in the bottom of the fifth. Yeah, breaking ball got him. Kind of froze him, and once the pitch did come close, he couldn't pull the trigger.
Keller, the batter.
And that's a strikeout for home. That'll bring up Sager Keller. Just the third strikeout today for home. And that looks like it's going to be it. So we're going to get a pitching change here. So we'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll tell you who the new pitcher is right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In a world that's full of unknowns, you don't have to worry about whether or not your insurance has got you covered when life throws you a curveball. If your coverage is with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston, offering policies from auto to home, farm and ranch to crop insurance, and business to life insurance. The Smith Insurance Agency does it all. No matter what challenges life brings, you're not alone. Make sure you've got the right coverage in the right areas of your life. Schedule a free insurance review today with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston.
Purchasing land or a new home is one of life's major milestones. It says you're committed to a better life, to building something worthwhile. Since 1905, Flying S has been land title protectors, ensuring you have clear ownership rights to your home and your land. By blending personalized hometown customer service with sophisticated, cutting-edge technology, we meet each customer's real estate transaction needs. When you need a title company, choose the one that's been serving customers for over 119 years. Flying S Title and Escrow, 28 West Oneida, Preston.
For 78 years, West Motor Company has stood by your family. While the generations have come and gone, our commitment to quality and service has never wavered. Our team is here to ensure you find the vehicle that keeps your loved ones safe on every journey. When trust matters most, choose West Motor Company, now proud to be part of the Mountain West Auto Group.
All right, Riker Christofferson is the new pitcher as he'll face Sager Keller. First pitch hit foul, and it's 0-1. Next pitch, big off-speed curveball stays high. 1 ball and no strikes as the wind starts to increase more. It's probably blowing closer to between 25 and 30 now, straight in from right field, or from left field rather. As the pitch again misses outside, ball 2. Christofferson rocks and comes back again. A big overhand curveball over this time, and it's 2-1. The pitchers for Bear Lake today have just been a steady diet of off-speed breaking pitches. The ball popped up as the second baseman coming over to make the play. And handling that ball. So Sager Keller pops up. That's the second out of the inning. And with 2 outs, here's Tristan Wall now at the plate. First pitch. This is up high, ball 1, 1-0. Wall reached on an error and flew out. 0 for 2 here in the nightcap. As the next pitch home, again off-speed breaking ball over for a strike. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Christofferson right back again off speed. Swung on to miss, and it's 1-2. So 1-2. And they're one pitch away from putting the Indians out in order again, as that pitch misses outside, and even a more slow curveball. It's like it's become slower and slower yet. As that one popped up in the air into left field, as coming up and not able to make the play as it's dropped by the right fielder Olson. Yeah, it'll be an E7. The ball up in the wind, but should have been caught. So Wall will reach on the air.
Tate Bassett, batter.
So we'll flip around and go back over to the left side, and Tate Bassett will now come back up here. Bassett comes to the plate representing the tying run here for the Indians as they trail 7-5 here in the bottom of the fifth. As the first pitch hit foul, that's off the umpire's mask, and it's 0-1. Bassett 0 for 2, reached on an error and struck out. And the next pitch home, again, hit foul back into the screen. You know, there's not that big of a disparity between the speed of the pitches between the two pitchers here for Bear Lake. But Preston just all of a sudden looks completely lost with Christofferson on the mound. Holm didn't throw that much harder. Breaking balls, again, hit foul back into the screen. Like I said a moment ago, the speed of the pitches now have gone from slow to slower to even slower. A ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the fifth. And the pitch home, off speed again. And again hit foul back into the screen. So it stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Now they run in behind the runner at second base. Nope, he's still going to come home, and it's looks like a falling leaf coming up there. That one stays high, and it's now 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Hit foul right back here toward us. Off the front of the press box and back down below. The count again stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. You wait for him to really whir back and throw one hard, but he's not doing it. As that pitch again hit foul. If he throws him any softer, do you remember the old Ephus pitch? If he throws him any softer, it's going to look like that. Start measuring the pitch with hang time. The 2-2. Bassett fights it off on the breaking pitch that was up and in. It stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wall back to second. Bassett back in the box. He's the tying run with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. And again, the 2-2 pitch. Misses high and away, ball 3. Now the count is full 3-2. Wall's at second base. There's nobody behind him, so he doesn't have to run on the play. And again, they try to sneak in behind him, and Bassett again swings and pops it up foul back here toward us. So it stays at 3-2. Outfield swung around slightly toward right. And again, the 3-2 pitch on the way is way high, ball 4. So Bassett draws the walk.
Despain now the batter.
That puts the tying runs on base, and it's 5-3. And now here's Levi Despain. So, nope. Now they're going to. Now Bassett could. What's Bassett doing back at the plate? So Bassett's back at the plate now. And here's another 3-2 pitch, I guess. As he pulls it down into the right field corner, it's going to get down. It's going to go to the wall. Coming around third, home is Wall. As Bassett's going to turn and go for third. He'll be in there with a triple.
Bassett with a stand-up triple.
So somehow they brought Bassett back out to hit 3-2, and he jerks one down into the corner. And by the time they could get it back in, Wall had scored. Bassett ends up at third, and now the tying run is 90 feet away.
Despain now the batter.
So here's Despain. After the RBI triple, gets the run in. Despain with a pair of hits today. In big at bat here. Lined into right center. That's going to get down. We're even at 7. So Despain with the hit.
RBI single for Despain.
2 runs in the inning for the Indians, and we're tied at 7. So Bassett, with what could have been one of the biggest at-bats of the day for the Indians, as he picks up the hit, back-to-back hits, plus an error here in the inning. As
Tristan Day, the batter.
now here's Tristan Day. Day 0 for 2 in this game, 0 for 5 on the day. There goes the runner, and the pitch misses inside, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. So now the go-ahead run is at second base for Preston. As the next pitch today, it's lined to center. Up on the ball comes Newton, and he can't make the catch. Coming home to score is Bassett, and it's now 8-7 as Despain comes in. So once again, the wind knocked the ball down. Newton tried to dive and make the play, but couldn't. As Despain comes in, Preston ends up with 3 in the inning, and it's now 8-7. And back to the top of the order again. Here's Cade Oxborough.
Oxborough, the batter.
As Cade takes that first pitch over for a strike, and it's 0-1. 1 ball and no strikes. Check that. No balls and 1 strike to Oxborough. That pitch outside, it's now 1-1. Oxborough 0 for 2 here in this game. Boy, he's due. Hit the ball back to the pitcher twice and then was hit by a pitch his last time up. There goes the runner, and the pitch swung on and missed. So it goes to 1-2 as Tristan Day will steal second base. Oxborough kind of tries to time one and pull it down into the corner, but he pulled it too much. Stays at 1-2. Next pitch home to Ox, misses outside. So 2-2 on Oxborough. Preston with 3 runs in the inning have retaken the lead. It's now 8-7. And the pitch home. Swung on and missed. as Oxborough strikes out and the Indians are gone here in the bottom of the 5th inning, but not before they score 3 runs on 3 hits. There was an error, and they leave a man on base as well. 5 innings in the books. Preston's regained the lead. It's now 8-7. Preston leads on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Phillips, professional trainer and owner of Puppy Steps Training. I believe that life is more enjoyable with a well-trained dog. That's why my team and I have come together to give you the ultimate dog training experience through Puppy Steps Training. Our 8-week board and train program is specifically designed to give your puppy a head start on life. Along with access to our extensive training material, you will receive daily progress reports, weekly photo and video updates, and a hands-on training demonstration. Discover the ultimate dog training experience with Puppy Steps Training, the premier dog training facility in northern Utah, and proud supporter of Westside and Preston High School athletics.
Ready has provided safety and excellence in industrial construction and support services since 1982. Our experts self-perform all phases of construction on new or existing structures, such as site excavation, access road creation, concrete foundations, welding, and the installation and maintenance of piping, tanks, metal buildings, and more. Our turnkey services will have your facility operational quickly and safely. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
Listen for Dan Hubbard and Preston Indian Sports on KACH.
All right, top of inning number 6 we go. As Preston comes up with 3 big runs, gets back into the game as they lead again. As for the Bears, they'll start from the top of the order here in the 6th, so it's Peter Newton to lead off. Newton takes the first pitch down low, ball 1 from Despain. Next one grounded toward first. Oxborough has it on a couple of hops. He'll carry it to the bag.
Assisted for the first out.
So 1 out. And Jace Trentrum was the scheduled hitter.
Now the batter.
So here's Transtrom. Oh for 2 plus a walk today. And takes the first pitch from Despain over for a strike. The 0-1, breaking ball misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield straight away here against Transtrom as that pitch is again down the way, ball 2, 2-1. For those watching on mylocalradio.com, the picture you're seeing is a lot darker than it actually is here. As that pitch over for a strike and it's 2-2, although the clouds are still gathering directly up above us now and becoming a little bit more ominous. As we draw driven into right field, that's going to be in for a hit. Bassett plays it on a hop and gets it back in.
A single for Transtrom.
Transtrom with his first hit of the day, of the game. So
Beard
1 out,
now the
1
batter.
on. And now here's Dawson Beard. Beard reached on an error his last time up and also scored a run. He's 0 for 3 here in the game, in the nightcap. Again, they go to first base, trying to keep the runner close over there. Baird 1 for 2 in the opener. Pitch fastball over. Snap throw back to first, not in time, and it's 0-1 on the batter Baird. Today's game brought to you by Franklin County Medical Center, with the finest care you'll find in all of the Cache Valley. Ground ball to short. That could be 2. They go to second. There's 1. The throw back to first on a bounce. Dug out by Oxborough. Not in time.
Preston gets the leadoff runner.
So they get the lead runner as Baird hits into the fielder's choice. Transtrom is out. 6-4 on the force at second base. So 2 outs now. And here is Jack Holm. Holm, who did such a great job on the mound today. As the pitch in the dirt, there goes the runner, and the throw through is not in time. So Baird moves into scoring position on the wild pitch with a pitch in the dirt. Next pitch to Holm. That is missing again. Ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. 8-7, Preston on top as we play here in the 6th. That's hit right back up the middle. It somehow got past the pitcher as playing it at second base and throwing it across in time for the out over at first, and the inning is over. So Despain barely got out of the way and ends up as a 4-3 out, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and 1 error in the inning as well. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th as the Indians looking for a little insurance here as they go to the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead at 8-7 on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
At Bighorn Cleaning, we understand that maintaining a clean environment is essential for both comfort and health. That's why we specialize in a variety of services, including carpet, upholstery, grout, and tile cleaning. Whether it's reviving the vibrancy of your carpets, restoring the freshness of your upholstery, or rejuvenating the shine of your tile, we deliver exceptional results every time. With our competitive pricing and unmatched expertise, we strive to make your cleaning experience hassle-free. Contact us at 208-317-6544 to schedule your next cleaning appointment.
When you're hungry for a delicious burger, roast beef sandwich, and an ice-cold soda, stop at Papa J's Deli in Clifton, Idaho. You'll get an amazing meal at an affordable price, and you'll enjoy great conversation. Papa J's is famous for the best beef jerky, but you'll also find a delicious menu, a friendly staff, great snacks, and good friends at Papa J's Deli. Stop in today to satisfy your hunger. Papa J's, 10 South Main Highway, Clifton, Idaho.
KACH, MyLocalRadio.com.
All right, we move along here to the bottom of the 6th inning. 8-7, Preston on top. They would love to make this their last at-bats here today, as they can get a couple of insurance runs,
followed by Connor Thompson,
and then go and get the outs they need in the top of the 7th inning to win the 7th game, to win the second game of the doubleheader. So here is Jansen Hollingsworth to lead off. Hollingsworth followed by Thompson and then Benavidez. As the first pitch is up high, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Hollingsworth, couple of hits here in this game, as he takes the pitch over for a strike, and it's 1-1. He's also reached on a strikeout wild pitch and hit into a fielder's choice, as that pitch just misses inside, which actually just missed him, and it's now 2 balls and a strike. Christofferson ready again, comes back, breaking pitch, again misses outside, and then runs the count to 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 3-1 offering. Line to the left side, backhanded, but the shortstop by Baird throws across on a bounce, not in time. In fact, the first baseman didn't handle the ball cleanly, and it's going to roll out of play under the fence. So they're going to give Hollingsworth second base. So he'll reach on the air, charge to the shortstop. Then the ball rolls out of play, and he gets the extra base. So he's at second base now with nobody out. And there's your insurance run out there. As Thompson trying to pick him up, as Connor first ball swinging hits it foul off the first base side. Thompson's reached on 2 errors here in the second game of the doubleheader, and he's also lined out. So he's truly gone from penthouse to basement between these two games. As he again hits a ball foul up onto the concourse area, and it's 0-2. Remember, in the first game, Thompson ended up driving in 7 runs. He was 3 for 3 plus a walk in the first game. And here in the second game, he reached on an error. He's 0 for 3 officially today in the second game. So count goes to 1-2. And the 1-2 offering. In the dirt, bounces away from the catcher, and there goes Hollingsworth for third as he's in there with a dive. So breaking pitch in the dirt that Perkins, the catcher, couldn't dig out. Now the count even on Thompson, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, Bear Lake will have to bring the infield up because they can't afford to fall behind. And that big overhand slow curveball again stays way high and runs the count full, 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out here in the bottom of inning number 6. 3-2 pitch. Look out. That's jerked just over the head of Hollingsworth coming down the line from third. As it'll go foul and stay again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the 3-2 pitch. Misses outside, ball 4. So Thompson finally reaches here in the nightcap of the doubleheader as he draws a walk. And that'll bring up Ezra Benavides with runners at the corners and nobody out. Benavides with an RBI single way back in the first inning. He's flown out to right and struck out since then. As they can move the infield back again. Do the Bears. They move it back kind of into a double play depth. As the first pitch to Benavides, there goes Thompson. Ball dropped on the exchange by the catcher, so he'll steal the base, and there goes the double play capability. So they'll probably have to bring the infield up again, which they do. Makes Benavides a little bit better of a hitter with the infield up close. The next pitch is up high again. Ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Hollingsworth down the line from third. Thompson's at second. The 2-0 pitch. Benavides jerks one along the left field side. Left fielder comes over, makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Hollingsworth. And Preston gets that extra run they're looking for as Benavides with the sac fly picks up the RBI. That's the first out of the inning. And Thompson stays at second base as Preston now leads 9-7. And you start looking ahead to the top of the 7th inning. There goes Thompson for third, and that off-speed breaking pitch stays way high. And Thompson has such a big jump that he stole third base standing up. So here's Keller, 1 ball and no strikes. That's going to be a 1-hopper hit to the shortstop. As they play it, nice play there by the shortstop Beard. Plays it across in time for the second out. And Thompson, after he stole third base, ends up coming home on the ground out. So 2 outs. Second run home of the inning for the home for the Indians in the inning. And it's now 10-7. As they lead again by 3 runs. And the bases are empty. And here is Tristan Wall. Takes a fastball for a strike. And the next pitch home Hits it off the end of the bat. A little squirt job up along the first base line. Carry it to the bag himself. And the inning comes to an end. But not before the Indians get 2 runs to add to their lead. And we'll go to the 7th with the Indians leading by a score of 10-7. Top of the 7th coming up here on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In today's world, you need a bank that moves as fast as you move. A bank where personal relationships are still the norm and where your life, your business, and your needs come first. That's what you'll find at Cache Valley Bank. With locations in southern Idaho and throughout Utah, Cache Valley Bank offers you the personalized service of a hometown bank with the resources and capacities of a large bank. Visit Cache Valley Bank today. Let us help you build the financial network you need. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC.
It has been an unusual winter, but spring will be here before we know it. This is Trish with Yardmaster. It's time to plan for your summer services and take advantage of the prepaid discounts. Have the yard of your dreams with our professional services. Custom lawn fertilization with weed control, aerations, exterior bug sprays, and sprinkler maintenance. Call today, even if it's bad weather. We would love to help you save time and money with your beautiful lawns. Yardmaster Services.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
All right, we've reached the 7th inning. Preston now leading 10-7. 3 outs from sweeping the doubleheader against the Bears. As we get ready to go to the 7th inning, Despain stays in on the mound for the Indians. And today's game is brought to you by Flying S Title and Escrow. You need a When you need a title company, choose the one that's been serving its customers for over 119 years. It's Flying S Title and Escrow. All right, so Daxton Perkins leads it off here for the Bears here in the 7th inning. Perkins, Ewing, and Stockton is due up as the pitch misses ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Despain ready. The 2-0 pitch. Again, misses low. It's ball 3, 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes on the leadoff man. And the pitch is up high, ball 4. So they walk Perkins on 4 pitches.
Perkins on what?
And that'll bring up Tate Ewing. Ewing today is walked, grounded out, flew out. The ground out that he had hit back to the pitcher, but allowed the run to come in, so he picked up an RBI. His first RBI of the year as they go to first base. And diving back to the bag over there is Perkins. 10-7 Preston on top here in the 7th inning. As a pitch in the dirt, breaking ball bounces away from the catcher down to second base. Goes Perkins. So another wild pitch against the Indians. That's okay. The guy you don't want to get on base is Ewing. Ball 3, pitch again, misses outside. So Despain has missed with 7 straight pitches here in the inning. As a ground ball, Thompson waits for that one to come to him. Throw it across to Oxberger in time for the out. That's the first out as Perkins goes to third. But it's okay. So 1 out, man at third. And here is Christofferson. He hits a ball on the ground hard down to the first baseman, Oxborough. And there's 2 outs quickly. And with 2 outs, and a man at third, here is Payson Weston to hit. As he represents the last hope as the first pitch is in the dirt, gets away from the catcher and coming home to score is Perkins. That makes it 10-8. As Preston still with a 2-run lead, and the Bears still need to get a man on base to potentially bring what would be the potential tying run to the plate, even with 2 outs here now in the 7th inning. As again, the pitch in the dirt gets away from the catcher once again, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. As the next pitch on the inside half this time, and it's 2-1. So Weston back at the plate, 2-1 pitch. Outside corner to the knees, and it's 2-2. So now the Bears are down to their last strike. As that's going to be lined into right field, and it's going to make the line, and it's going to stay in play as Weston will head to second base, and he'll be in there with a double.
Double for Weston.
So Weston doubles, and that's the guy you didn't want to get on base. And now here is Skylar Sparks, 0 for 3 on the day, representing their last chance as he chips one foul over on the third base side, and it's 0-1. He's the tying run, and again late on one, hits it down again off the third base side. It's 0-2. So once again down to their last strike. The 0-2 pitch misses outside, 1-2. Despain ready again, the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, hit on the ground to the right side. Coming up to get it there for the Indians. They throw it to first in time, and gone are the Bears here in the top of the 7th inning as they get a run, but nothing more. And Preston able to pick up their first 2 wins of the year, winning the first game of the doubleheader, then coming back and taking the second game by the final score of 10-8. Stay tuned. The post-game show's coming up next here on the My Local Radio Sports Network. Tonight's game was brought to you by Northern Title, the trusted name in the tri-state area. Rocky Mountain Power, WattsSmartHomes.com, offering rebates on energy-saving products and equipment for our customers. Ready Support Services, we are ready. West Motor Company, your only stop for new or used cars in Preston and in Logan. Franklin County Medical Center for the finest care in all of the Cache Valley. Stokes Market True Value with the finest meat and produce in Preston. S&T Electric, it's what we do. Flying S Escrow and Title, land title protectors since 1905. Ultimate Power Sports, get ready for your next outdoor adventure at Ultimate Power Sports in Preston. Elisa Benson of North Realty, Idaho and North Realty, Utah. Webb Funeral Home, serving Preston and the surrounding communities since 1925. Cache Valley Bank, serving Utah and southern Idaho with 21 locations. Yardmaster, keeping lawns healthy throughout the Cache Valley. Puppy Steps Training, northern Utah and southern Idaho's premier board and training facility since 2011. Farm Bureau Insurance, the Smith Agency, your local agents right here in Preston. Canyon Creek Dental, with 2 area locations to serve you. Preston Auto Parts CarQuest, stop in downtown Preston where you will be treated like a friend. Papa J's, making world-class jerky locally right here in Clifton. Ralph's Construction, building custom homes throughout the region. Now stay tuned, the Ralph's Construction postgame show is coming right up.
It's a beautiful day for a ball game, today. If you and I are out of dollars and cents, oh honey, we can always share a little hole in the fence. It's a beautiful day for the ladies, so throw all your dishes on
you're looking for someplace new as you head into your golden years, look into the tradition of quality designer homes built by Ralph's Construction in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. Working in Phase 3 now, with Phase 4 starting soon, these homes can be built to a floor plan that you desire, or Ralph's Construction has other options that you're sure to fall in love with. Call today for more information, 435-232-1837. Now is the time to plan for the finest home of your lifetime. Ralph's Construction, 435-232-1837.
When you think of outdoor adventure, you might think of snow machines, four-wheelers, side-by-sides, motorcycles, or even cutting wood or taking care of the lawn. No matter what your definition of outdoor adventure is, always remember Ultimate Power Sports. We carry brand names like Polaris, Can-Am, Yamaha, Skidoo, Stihl, and Toro. Offering sales and service, your fun really does begin at Ultimate Power Sports. With multiple in-store financing options, we can help you have outdoor adventures right now. Stop in today, Ultimate Power Sports in Logan and Preston.
When you are looking for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, but you want something that is ready to eat now, always stop at the Stokes Market Deli in Preston. With cold and hot cases, you can always find food that is fresh, hot, or cold. Sandwiches, soup, salads, deviled eggs, donuts, wraps, cheese trays, desserts, and a hot and delicious buffet. A meal out doesn't have to be at a restaurant. Come and enjoy something for everyone at the Stokes Market Deli today. 217 South State Street in Preston.
Across the FM airwaves, we're heard at 105.5. On the far-reaching AM dial, we're at 1340. And on the internet at mylocalradio.com. Wherever you find us, we are KACH, Preston, Smithfield, Logan.
It's time for the Preston Indians postgame show. Coming up, we'll recap the just completed game, take a look at the final stats, and a look at what's ahead for the Preston teams. The postgame show is brought to you by Ralph's Construction, building quality designer homes in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. For more information, call 435-232-1837. Well, Preston came into the day still looking for a home game, let alone a home victory, as they had their first 4 games of the year snowed out. Certainly the conditions today could have been snowy if the rain would have started earlier in the day. But for the Indians, they end up sweeping the doubleheader against the Bear Lake Bears, winning the first game 16-4, and then coming back and taking the nightcap by a score of 10-8. 10 runs, 7 hits, 6 errors for the Indians in the nightcap. Bear Lake had 8 runs on 6 hits. They committed 8 errors in what was really a very fast and loose played baseball game with all those errors around in the nightcap. For the Indians, Sager Keller, the winning pitcher, as the loss will go to Jake Holm for the Bear Lake Bears, as Preston now is 2-2 on the year, and with the losses today, Bear Lake is now 1-4 overall on the season. The nightcap took 2 hours and 5 minutes to play. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll talk about some more stats and have our player of the game for you coming up right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
In a world that's full of unknowns, you don't have to worry about whether or not your insurance has got you covered when life throws you a curveball. If your coverage is with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston, offering policies from auto to home, farm and ranch to crop insurance, and business to life insurance. The Smith Insurance Agency does it all. No matter what challenges life brings, you're not alone. Make sure you've got the right coverage in the right areas of your life. Schedule a free insurance review today with Farm Bureau, the Smith Insurance Agency in Preston.
Purchasing land or new home is one of life's major milestones. It says you're committed to a better life, to building something worthwhile. Since 1905, Flying S has been land title protectors, ensuring you have clear ownership rights to your home and your land. By blending personalized hometown customer service with sophisticated, cutting-edge technology, we meet each customer's real estate transaction needs. When you need a title company, choose the one that's been serving customers for over 119 years. Flying S Title and Escrow, 28 West Oneida, Preston.
For 78 years, West Motor Company has stood by your family. While the generations have come and gone, our commitment to quality and service has never wavered. Our team is here to ensure you find the vehicle that keeps your loved ones safe on every journey. When trust matters most, choose West Motor Company, now proud to be part of the Mountain West Auto Group.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
And today's games were brought to you by Elisa Benson of North Realty, Idaho. Remember, when you need a trusted real estate advisor when it's time to buy or sell commercial or residential real estate, call Elisa Benson of North Realty, Idaho and North Realty, Utah. Our player of the game today, well, his numbers weren't certainly as good as they were in the first game, but they certainly have to be jumping off the page as Connor Thompson ended up with 4 hits in the game, had 7 RBIs in the first game, and did not have any in the second game, but he did score 2 more times, so he ended up scoring a total of 5 times overall in the doubleheader as well. So Connor Thompson, our player of the game today for the Indians. Take our last time out. We'll come back. We'll let you know what's up next for the Indians. We'll do that as we continue right after this on the My Local Radio Sports Network.
KACH, mylocalradio.com.
If you're looking for someplace new as you head into your golden years, look into the tradition of quality designer homes built by Ralph's Construction in the Blue Sage Park area of Preston. Working in Phase 3 now, with Phase 4 starting soon, these homes can be built to a floor plan that you desire, or Ralph's Construction has other options that you're sure to fall in love with. Call today for more information, 435-232-1837. Now is the time to plan for the finest home of your lifetime. Ralph's Construction, 435-232-1837.
WattSmart is Rocky Mountain Power's energy efficiency program. WattSmart provides rebates to residential customers for energy efficiency upgrades made around the home. Devices and appliances that use electricity in your home can usually be made more efficient, and that can save you money and energy. When you decide to make upgrades, we have rebates available for you. Visit wattsmarthomes.com today.
One of the things that makes Northern Title unique is the fact that we serve clients in 3 states, Idaho, Utah, and Wyoming. Each state has different rules and regulations, and our experienced staff understands each unique rule, so we can facilitate closings in all 3 states. If you're buying a home in Star Valley and you want to close in Preston, it's no problem. The company logo is Good Deeds Done Daily. We are preparing Good Deeds daily, but it's more than that. We really are trying to serve the community in a good way. Northern Title, Good Deeds Done Daily. Visit us today.
Go Preston!
Listen for Dan Hubbard and Preston Indian Sports on KACH.
Well, the Indians end up
KACH.
The Indians end up sweeping the doubleheader today.
mylocalradio.com. KACH.
Sorry about that. Computer little malfunction there. The Indians end up sweeping the doubleheader today, winning their first game 16-4 and then 10-8 in the nightcap. So they are enjoying a couple of days off. Their next game will be on Tuesday when they have a single game here against Malad. First pitch coming up on Tuesdays at 3:30. That means our pregame show will start just before 3 o'clock here on KACH Radio here locally and along the My Local Radio Sports Network. And we will look for you then. So for the Indians, they pick up their first 2 wins of the season. They are now 2-2 on the year. And they'll try it again on Tuesday, weather permitting, as the weather really supposed to be dicey next week, but we'll have to see exactly how those things go. So we'll look for you on Tuesday. If you have any questions or any look for any information about those games, tune in to KACH here locally in Preston, and we'll try to keep you updated the best we can for the status of any and all the games coming up this next week here in Preston. So that'll do it for today as the Indians sweep the doubleheader away from the Bear Lake Bears, winning 16-4 and 10-8 in the nightcap of the doubleheader. So until Tuesday, I'm Dan Hubbard. Thanks for listening, and have a good night, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for listening to the Preston Indians postgame show. This broadcast has been a production of Preston Broadcasting, LLC, and was intended for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Use of any portion of this production, its accounts or descriptions, in whole or in part, may not be used or rebroadcast without the express written permission of Preston Broadcasting, LLC.